Hello, hello. Hope you have been having a good day today. No, just doing some research. Research? Yeah, research on Twitter for Comic Cat, which is next week. And I was like, holy shit! Some actually rather big artists I actually follow actually got shadow banned. Oh, that was actually kind of surprising. I didn't know that Twitter actually had such a serious shadow banning thing, especially with Japanese doujin circles. But apparently that happened. It was quite a big surprise, especially since when it comes to Japan in particular, I don't know. Just Twitter seems to be very I wouldn't say friendly is the word, but it seems to be a lot less strict when it comes to content that's not so family friendly, you know? So that was quite a big surprise. Let's say though, we're back with more Eiyu Senki. Let me just get that difficulty thing up as well. Because there's one thing I keep forgetting as well, to basically prep the difficulty. Difficulty rewards. There we go. This looks like, okay, this is the thing. Okay, good. Let me just put this on my left. Got the chat on the right. Yeah, this is good. Let's go with this. Although I really do wish more websites actually had dark mode. The only problem with a lot of Japanese websites is just I don't know if it's just the websites being too old or them just being too lazy to implement it, but having the website in complete bright white really is hurting my eyes quite a bit. But yes, it'll be fine. We just have that there while I start this up. Oh yeah. I have to say, those shadow bans really are quite scary. No, because even when I say the doujin circle in Japan, which is basically those individual artists or small group indie circles of artists and the like, it's typically even then they would be decently big, especially for the guy who got banned. I think he was at an average of 28,000 likes per tweet. That kind of person just getting shadow banned because he apparently forgot to set the sensitive image filter for one of his images, which in and of itself is a weird thing with Japan because half the time I don't see anyone actually using that even with non-family friendly images, but apparently it was enough for him to get shadow banned. Even though he doesn't use it more often not as well. I don't know, the whole system is weird. Anyway. Were we at World 1? Oh yeah, even in okay, we were done with Hawaii. Right, Hawaii is friendly. Macedonia next. Right. India, so it says, Pacific Macedonia. India's? Is it part of the USA? That's definitely not India, but India's. What now? This one? Oh, look at that. Aztecs. USA. Okay. In India's. Okay. Because why not, right? We get India. India's. Of course. Declare war on Macedon. Troops are mostly ready. I mean, we could go straight into it, but it feels like we might as well just get some of these done as well. So that way we actually kind of have more resources at the ready for when we actually do go to war with them. Oh, there we go. This one should be family friendly at least. But yeah, I don't know. Especially after the last stream, I feel like I'm gonna want to be very, very careful while doing this. That much is for sure. Because lol, we might be in for a spook again. As much as I would love to avoid it, there's still that possibility, you know. Oh yes, money. Missions. Money. Yeah, I suppose we could just use this turn to clear as much of these as we can. Why even need this thing? Not that much. 410 efficient Hawaiian. I think we could do like a bunch of stuff. Right, kinda. 3, 6. And 2 more with this? Yeah, but I don't know. It would. On the one hand, I just hope that we ain't gonna get spooked for a third time. Although it might actually happen. Who knows? That said, I'll probably just like. I don't want to have my finger over the what do you call it? The hide button the entire time, or to swap to another scene the entire time. It's time, you know. But at the same time, it's like at this point, I'm just like feeling like maybe just to be safe, I should do it. But man. What now? Fish, right? Ah, okay, it's a fish. Of course. Well, what do you know? One of the rare few times where Lancelot actually gets spooked enough to not want to cook something. Who would have thunk it? It would actually happen. There would actually come a day where she'll be so intimidated she actually wouldn't cook something. Huh. 6. 3, 4, 5. Okay. I think we could actually do both, right? Like this. And then we'll use the... No, I don't know why I thought I had 4 movements, because like, clearly we don't have anything close to it, so... We should do this one instead, right? Because like, clearly this requires more people. Maybe just one more. Not that many languages. Oh, clearly the other one uses fewer people, so we can... but wasn't that the one that shares a stat with the Macedonia trip one? That might actually be a bit of a problem. Tenko stick. Sento Kajitari has the Saisho Kodo. The item from Macedonia actually seems pretty interesting, huh? It basically gives you the first priority move at the very start of the battle. That sounds actually quite broken. Huh. I swear, it really does feel like a lot of the items in this game are a lot more broken than the ones in Eiyu Senki Gold at least. Like, I don't know if the items I'm looking at in the list of like items you get for high difficulty are like the late tier 4 craft items or something, but suffice to say, they really do look a lot more broken than those that I had to some extent. I mean, the katanas are certainly a lot weaker. Like, stuff like this. The Onimaru is definitely weaker since it only has the attack +2. Like, you don't have the other bonus stats that they used to have in Gold, but still, even then, it's actually pretty good, huh? I mean, if that's the case, we could spend one more turn on these. Will this be safe? I'm actually kind of worried. Let me just keep my hand like. With other characters, maybe I wouldn't. Still not good for my heart when she appears on screen like that. I'll just keep my finger on the panic button just in case, because like, I don't know if I want to take the risk. Uh-oh. My finger is ready. I mean, there wasn't really a need to do that yet. I didn't know that a right click would also cause it. Well, on the bright side, this is great. It just means that no matter what happens, right? No matter how panicked of a state I end up in, by virtue of the fact that I could like either left or right click it, I probably wouldn't fuck this up. Well, maybe instead of that, I should just like prep on this itself, right? Like I just prep to just completely hide the scene rather than to swap the scene, you know? Because swapping the scene is, it just means that I can't safely swap back to this without like, you know, panicking first, but like, at least if I just click hide, right, I can kind of like put up a bar on the screen if need be. The only problem is I can't right click this button, so there's a little more risk, but I guess it makes it easier for me to hide if anything happens while keeping the text on the screen. No one-off chance that anyone even cares about seeing the text, but still. I really do not understand what was with the whole, why there's such a big gap between like how she speaks and how she dresses, you know, like, I don't know. Like on the one hand, it's like, you know, when you see her in her other form, it's like she's actually more clothed. When she actually gets like more aggressive, Which actually feels kind of funny, but like, why like this? This feels a little... Especially when you consider how she looks in the uncensored version, it's like... But why? Oh no, she's not gonna ask her to take off the veil, so see. I mean, at that point, the veils don't really hide much to begin with, but still. No. I mean, that's what he says, but it's not even covering anything to begin with, is it? Especially when you look at the other version of the game. Okay. I swear, every time the fucking icon just pops up anywhere, there's like a part of my soul that just fucking leaves my body out of fear. You know, it really is just like a person with eject button that's just sitting there ready like, okay, do we escape now? How about now? You know, it's just like a part of me is just completely spooked to hell at this point. Suffice to say, it's not fun, but we do what we can. Because remember, in the end, this is an educational stream. We're not here for the certain types of content, we're here for the family-friendly gameplay content. What was next? My plan is to complete as much of these as possible, and then the next turn we declare war on Macedonia, although this is a very high requirement. Okay. There we go. Button 18. This is like what? 11? So we need at least probably 2 more characters, maybe more even. Hit even 18, let alone the other stat, but I guess we'll have to see. Banh mi, that's like Vietnamese noodles, right? You know, I don't know why. If that is the like Vietnamese soup noodles that I'm thinking of, it's like, why am I thinking of pho? I can't remember which it was, but I remember one or the other. Like, I used to be fine with eating it, but there was one place I went to that actually like served it with a honeycomb in it, and for some reason when just seeing the honeycomb in it just like put so much fear in me that I never ever ate it ever again after that. Like, just something about seeing honeycomb in the noodle soup itself just like spooked me to the point I was like, nope, I'm not eating this ever again. Oops, I accidentally paused it. Yeah, I don't know why, but that was actually a thing that happened as well. Right. Oh, there's more. There's actually more? What do we have? Surveying, exploring the Lugang Temple. I mean, her potentially getting another skill would be more of a W strategically for us, right? So maybe doing this instead. Would be a better idea, I suppose.
それだけ念願だったわけだろ。もう測量も終わっただろうし、さっさと会って見せてもらおうぜ。
お気遣い無用であります。たった今測量が終了したであります。あとは地図を作るだけでありますよ。
そうか、まだ現物は拝めねえのか。このために時間を空けたってのに。お前は何も分かってねえな。詳細な地図ってのはあらゆる点で重要なんだぜ。適切な場所に道を開けば交通の便も良くなるし、敵が攻めてきた時にも効果的な作戦を立てやすい。いわばトップシークレットに近い代物だ。早めに確保して対策を立てる必要があるだろう。何のことだかわからん。
ひとまず仮で作った地図ならこちらに。
本当か？
This is gonna be a hot twist, and the map is just gonna look like shit.
これがジパングの全体図なのか。
I guess not.
想像以上に細かく書いていやがる。
I was thinking I was gonna end up with just her draw, basically looking like she draws like a kid.
地図で見たら
We're gonna get a map that basically looks like a child's drawing or something, but
楽しそうでありますな。
よく完成させたな。ひとまずこの地図を預かっておく。俺はこれを見ながら義経と道路の計画で話し合ってくる。お前は忠敬の労をねぎらっておけよ。
uh-oh. Uh-oh.
信長殿は新しいもの好きであります。そ
What
れ
do you
に
mean reward?
気に入っていただけたのも嬉しいであります。
It's a little sus, if you ask me. The map isn't the only thing you can use for all sorts of things now, you know, but
拙者の元々の目的でありまする。気にする必要などないでありますよ。親方様のお力があったからこそジパングの測量がはかどったであります。統一前は踏んだり蹴ったりでありました。信長殿
fine.
と
Nothing
秀
bad's
子殿
gonna
が絶えず
happen,
争っ
right?
ていたので測量でもしようものなら即敵国の患者扱いでありました。秀子殿の陣営は拙者が何をしてもそうするでありましたが、信長殿の場合はおちおち道具も出せない状態でありました。
you know, it's like it was raining the last few days, so the weather has
一
been
度信長殿に捕まってスカウ
pretty
トされた
hot.
こと
But
もあり
hey,
ますが、
I mean pretty cold, but it really just went up again today. Rosé, hello there,
その時と比べれば
Mr. Viewer. How are you doing? Are you feeling better now? Ah, that's good to hear. Hopefully it wasn't anything serious. I don't know, it just feels like recently, I don't know if it's just the weather, but like it's just even here for me, it's like I haven't been feeling too well either. It's Mr. Big Snorlax here. The Snorlax might still be sleeping, who knows? If I'm not mistaken, it's still like really early in the morning for him as well, so he might not be on just yet. If memory serves me right at least. So yeah, for the most part it's just me over here chilling. Drinking some boba tea. Oh well, it's supposed to be boba tea, but there's no boba in the boba tea, so... Which is the cooling stuff, I think. No, that might be a possible tool. Especially since the update is coming out soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually kind of quite busy with it. Oh, hopefully he's getting enough sleep though, because technically this is still supposed to be like early morning their time, so If he is actually still coding, that would be like, well, that's a lot of work he's doing. He's just a meme leader. Yeah, but the memes are important, right? You gotta make sure that the memes are fresh and dank. Otherwise, the Zoomers nowadays aren't gonna be able to connect with the memes. Here? There we go. Oh, seeing her on the screen, I don't like that. She still scares me sometimes. No, yeah, I don't know. It's like, even for me as well, like just a few days ago, I was like suffering from a headache that lasted for like 3 days. Like, just a headache that just wouldn't go away and I didn't know why. And that was rough as well. So it's good to hear that at least, you know, nothing went badly for you, health-wise. That's always a good thing as well. That's not the fault. One or the other. Okay, and nosebleed suddenly. Wait, that actually sounds quite serious. Are you sure you're okay? Sudden nosebleed. Is either that, I mean, I don't know if a lack of sleep can cause that, but at the very least, you sure it wasn't just you staring at something that was too lewd? That it caused a nosebleed? Okay, like I actually knew someone who actually managed to get a nosebleed just staring at stuff that was too lewd. Which, that feels like a superpower in and of itself, to be honest. Like, it's such a rare Pepe thing, but it's not that kind of. Let's see. No, but so what? You haven't been sleeping much? Hopefully it hasn't been affecting your health though. It's like, nowadays at least, I always try to like balance the amount of sleep I get as much as possible. Because like, too little sleep, it's like, it doesn't just affect the body, it affects the mind as well. So I've been trying my best to like get enough sleep, although that hasn't been working out too well either. After the bath, I got a nosebleed. Maybe it's just the heat then, huh? Sleep like midnight and wake up like 6 to 7. Ah, yeah. It's like, you see, the thing is, people always say like it really depends on the person, like how much sleep they need. But I think it was like the average was like 7 to 8 hours. No, 7 to 9 hours was the recommended healthy amount. So I guess technically it's just only a little bit less than that sometimes, kinda, but yeah. If you manage to get at least an afternoon nap, then maybe it's not as bad, I suppose. Champion of Conquest. It's Hawaii then Macedonia. Though yeah, I don't know. If it's after the bath, maybe it could really just be a heat problem. Like, if you took a hot bath and the weather is quite hot, maybe that could have caused it as well. I'm not sure if that was a thing, but I somehow feel like too high heat could cause like a nosebleed as well. Oh, for me, I think the last time I got it was probably mid-winter when like the air is so dry that it causes bleeding instead. Like that was like the main time I would actually get like nosebleeds. It's usually during winter as a result of that. Thursday be something. Yeah, we could do it on Thursday when you're feeling better. could do it today as well. Either works. No, if you need time to rest, then maybe Thursday would be better, I guess.
レアアイテムをもらった。嬉しくて店に来たんだ。レアアイテムと言いますと宣戦布告状だ。今まで送ったことはあってももらったのは初めてだな。ワクワクするぞ。
I think I've already added it in the schedule at least.
相手はどちらですか？ジパングだ。
I think.
今ものすごい勢いであちこちと戦争している国だ。奴らにインドもモンゴルも先に取られたのだ。あれは私のものだったのに。遠征準備も進めてたのに。あなたがいけないんです。どうしてペルセポリスを焼き尽くしてしまったんですか？
I don't know. Maybe just Eiyu.
あんなことはも
I
う二
don't
度と
know.
し
I
てはい
haven't
けません。
really
反省してい
thought
ない
that
の
far
でしたら
ahead
こ
yet.
の
Like,
宣戦布告を受けてはいけません。無条件降伏
it's
し
either just this or I'll do something else nearer to the end. But I guess it depends on how things go today with this.
断る必要はありませ
Then
ん。
maybe I'll, depending on how it goes, I might just like swap the Fuga or something.
今はバビロニアとも交戦中ですよ。問題ない。私たちは強い。そうしてくれたのは先生だ。先
Oh
生がい
yeah,
な
I
けれ
mean
ば
Alexander was in
私も
goal
ここま
as
ででき
well,
なかっ
but
た。
like
そんな優秀な生徒が活躍するところを先生ももっと見てみたいと思わないか？
I don't know how different the Alexander in like World Conquest is gonna be from the one in gold.
先生はそんなと
Give
こ
me
ろ
a
砂
second.
漠で迷子になるのだ。勢いは大事だぞ。砂漠での迷
So
子
they're still working with now, so new mods. Working with the new mods?
そのおかげであなたやこの国
You mean helping him in like developing the mods or just like playing with it?
その偶然に感謝しています。先生は遺跡を調査していたのだな。そうです。興味があったので見て回ろうとして。砂漠の苛烈さを舐めていましたわ。あなたが拾ってくれなければ今頃砂漠で骨となっていたでしょう。そうならなくてよかった。
Oh, well, that's pretty cool.
先生。
Wait, so I guess the new mods aren't actually out yet, right?
戦いが一段落したら私と遺跡巡りをしよう。
Or did he just release some new mods as well?
私もまだいろいろと見て回りたいですし。ジパングとの戦争も遺跡巡りも楽しみなのだ。
Oh, it's not out yet. Oh. It's to be expected of our master QA personnel. I'm gonna make it the most balanced mod he has released, with all of its glorious meimeis. Just give me the sample. I see. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Well, I guess I probably shouldn't be asking about the details of what kind of mod it is, right? Since it's not actually out yet. Feels like it would be quite a spoiler if I actually asked it. Yeah, if he was here. Ah, that's true. But well, I guess he might still be KO'd, so... I guess it will be a surprise for another time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 people. Even if I split into 2 parties of 5. I can't really do much this turn. Right.
わかりましたであります。ごちそうですか？はいはい。ほら、行き。お前のためじゃないからな。わかった。投げこ。どうなっても知りませんよ。ほら、行きましょうか。行ってくるです。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people. Takes 6 people to do this, huh? I could just attack. Wait, why can't I? Hello. Oh, I need to do this. could just do something like this, maybe. Like just buff a bunch of peeps. Keep them tough. And we can have basically 6 people on offense, 5 on defense or something. Like this, there we go. And now the lowest is Marco Polo. Oh, that's fine. Although that is pretty cool that you actually got to test them out. What did I get for dinner yesterday? I ate a salad. I think, like, it's called an acai bowl, I guess, like ACAI. It's like a, it's a salad that's just focused on that with as the main sauce. Sauce? It's the main flavoring, I guess. You know, aside from that, it's just like a lot of fruits and a bit of vegetables. Oh, they're both not there. Salad without rat poison, right? Well, if there was rat poison, I'd be dead. So no rat poison. Safety, you know, just normal human person food, clearly. This was pretty fine, you know. I don't know what to call it. It's like, it's a very peaceful fruit bowl. So I just pretty much just ate that and had a chill meal. I was like, yeah, you know, it's like karage, sushi. Actually, no, sushi might have been fine as well. I just wanted something that was like not as heavy to eat, you know. So maybe sushi might have been fine as well. I was considering that as well, but in the end I was like, maybe I go for something a bit different this time. Yeah, I don't know. I was just like looking for something like different to just like get a change of pace while also eating something healthy. Because the one problem with a lot of food in Japan is that like it's not very healthy, you know. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's fine. Like, you know, sushi and stuff like this is pretty clean. Depending on how you eat stuff like udon as well, it's pretty clean. But like, you know, stuff like ramen, stuff like karage, it's like, it's really good, but it's like, at the same time, it makes me feel very unhealthy to eat. Then last week as well, I actually went to a barbecue with some of my like ex-colleagues, and it's like during the barbecue I ate so much fucking like organ and the like that I just feel so unhealthy. I was like, yeah, well, I can get a change of pace, why not? Before I accidentally kill myself from eating too much unhealthy food. It's like, it's not as common overseas, I guess, but like, Japan kind of has this thing which is like, this battle seems tough. But yeah, like they kind of have something like a, they call it motsunabe. Motsunabe is basically like, it's barbecue, but instead of focusing on like meats, I mean it's focused on meats, but instead of like, you know, different cuts of beef and things like that, it's more focused on like animal organs. So things like, you know, the chicken skin, or like animal fat, the heart, the liver, you know, stuff that you kind of see a lot in like Chinese cooking, but they do it very differently in Japan. And, you know, the thing is, with the way they do it in Japan, that shit is fucking bussin', but at the same time, it's like, eating it really makes me feel so unhealthy. I just feel like I'm gonna die. That's it, no, 10 out of 10 I would eat it again. Then plus, oh, this only works in the center. Only works in the center. Damn it. Oh, that's such a waste. No matter how I shoot it, I can only pick 3 people. It'd be better off just getting rid of this one first. What do you have for lunch though? You know, it's like recently I've been like trying to find more variety as well, so hey, if you have any recommendation, I can go and see if I can find anything like that in Japan. Hai-chan chicken. The what now chicken? Hai-chan? Why have I never heard of this before? I have legit never heard of this before. Is it like satay? With orange fries. Wait, wait, why does it feel like I've never heard of any of that before? Like, it sounds like a dish I've just never heard of before, even though it feels like living in Singapore I should have heard something like that before. It's like bread. Oh, it's a bread. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. Kind of spicy. Huh. Oh, this sounds like it might be quite nice. Uh-oh. May have a chance. Oh yeah, I chicken with orange rice. Orange rice? Like, I don't know why, like the entirety of that sounds like something I've never heard before. Heard of before. Like even orange rice sounds like such a rarity. I'm trying to search it. Orange rice. Oh, wait, that's called orange. Oh, okay. Okay, I legit just didn't know that was called orange rice. But when I look at it, I know what it is. It's like one of those things that I'm like, yeah, I eat that, I just don't know what it's called. Oh, that sounds quite delicious. Man, now I feel hungry again, even though I just ate. It's similar to lime rice. Similar to lime rice. Yeah, and this one, that's the thing, it's like those are all stuff that I kind of have eaten before, but it's just that, like, somehow hearing the name of the thing, my brain just does not connect it with the actual food itself. I don't know why. Like, I just have not seen the food itself before, in that sense. I'm not seeing the food, but more like, I have not heard of the name of the food before, I don't know why. Turkish ice cream. Turkish ice cream? Oh yeah, I think I've seen that in like... Yeah, they cooked like kebab. Kebab and Turkish ice cream, yeah, of course. I think this trust Lancelot to always be talking about food as well. Oh, though speaking of kebab, it's like kebab in Japan is really great. Like, I think months ago I mentioned that like I'm eating like kebab every single week. Even now I'm still eating it every single week, like at least once a week. It's just so good. like, I don't know what is it they do with the kebab, but it's like compared to like back home, the kebab and yeah, you see that's the thing. Kebab is good in general, right? But like, I don't know why. Like compared to back home in Singapore, like kebab in Japan is just fucking great. Like I don't know why there's such a big difference, even though like both are made by the you know same types of people, same groups of people, I guess. Like there's just some big difference between the two. It's so good that I just end up eating it like every week. Probably not the most healthy thing to do, but still. It's just like once a week, every week, and just like going down to like Akiba, to the same like kebab store to buy something like that, you know? They need to make it so Japanese, like the sauce and everything. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like the sauce is like it's good, but like most of the time when I see the Japanese eat it, it's like they always ask for a different sauce instead. It's kind of weird. Or I don't know, like they have a separate sauce which is non-spicy called like yogurt sauce, which is quite literally like, you know, a sauce which is just like white sweet yogurt, and the Japanese love to have kebab with that, but it's just like I don't know, without the spiciness to it, it just feels kind of meh. Oh, is this the start of the reverse harem in Eiyu Senki? This becomes like Aristotle Senki instead, doesn't it? But yeah, that's the problem. It's like those places are very good. The only sad thing is that they don't get as much business because like the sauce itself is just like it's not as favored by people in Japan, I guess. Like sure there are people who like it, but it's like it's kind of sad that there's aren't more people that do. It's like they go for the weird, like maybe it's not weird. I just don't really like the like sweet sour like yogurt sauce compared to just having like spicy kebab sauce. Oh yeah, the only problem now is what to have for dinner today. Like yesterday was just a case of I ended the stream so late that there wasn't even like, you know, there wasn't even sushi left for me to go and get. But yeah, I don't know what to get for today. Have I tried turkey kebab? I don't think I have. Like, that's the thing, I don't think I've Oscar kebab in Japan. I have not tried turkey yet in a kebab. Like, mostly beef or chicken. Because like any other type of meat in Japan is so expensive that it's kind of rare. Oscar kebab Japan. Oscar kebab. Ameyoko Center, Taito, Ueno. Oh, that's not that far away actually. Income cities. Oh no. My money. 20%? Bruh. Ah, the swine. I guess we intern them. Let me see. Oscar kebab. This is Okajima G Station, Ueno Station. Oh, the location's a bit of a pain to get to, but what they serve, like they say it's oishi. Oh, even the Japanese say it's good, huh? Wait, does this place have turkey kebab though? Fuck, I can't open the image. Oh yeah, it has a 4.5 out of 5 on Google Maps. Like, that's a pretty high rating. Huh. Image. Wait, why do I only have 4 people? Shouldn't I have 5? I thought I counted. No, wait, this is the right number. Oh no. I miscalculated. Okay. Okay, that's actually not good. Yeah, I just completely miscalculated, didn't I? Oh no. No, 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 no. Check this out. I wonder if this place has like turkey kebab though. Like, if they do, I might actually like maybe take a day, one day and just go down there sometime and give it a try. You know, like one thing I really miss when it comes to kebab in Japan is like mutton kebab. Like mutton kebab is very normal, like in other parts of like the world, right? But like in Japan, it's like mutton is so rare that you just can't get a mutton kebab. It's kind of sad. Like what do you call it? Like just something about it being so rare. It's like it just makes it kind of sad. What to eat for dinner? I need to check what time they close if that's the case. Cause like Ueno is pretty far for me. Well, I mean not that far, but still. Well, just 9 PM. Maybe I could go down here. It seems like far, not... It seems like I could potentially go down and make it in time, maybe. Gosh, that's so many. 2 times, 1 time, hits 2. 2 times, hits 1. But yeah, I could maybe go and get that for dinner. I just have to go down to Ueno. Need end stream quick. Yeah, I need to end on time. If I end, as long as I end on time, I think I can make it down. The problem is actually getting it to end on time. I actually need to have the discipline to be like, no, I go now. And just like end it there. Rather than being like, no, just one more turn, you know. The more I do that, the higher the chance I'll actually miss it. So that might be the main problem, if anything. Because it opens till 9, which means I can go down and grab it. Because like, Ueno is... The good thing about Ueno is it's very centrally located. So getting down there isn't too big of a problem. Although I need to change train line once, I think. Because like... I don't live very centrally, because like central, like living in Ueno is expensive as fuck. Like if somebody ever says that yeah they live in Ueno or they live in like Akiba, it's like their rent is probably off like the fucking charts compared to like everyone else. So yeah, I could go down. It shouldn't take too long, but yeah, I just need to make sure I actually end on time for once. What are we doing? 4 on 4 with lower numbers and we barely won. Oh, it's a relief. Holy shit. This was a bit too close to comfort as well.
先に決める。これでどうかな。まだいける。
But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Mutton and turkey. Both very rare in Japan.
怪我するよ。
Like, if I wanted to get mutton and barbecue, there isn't even like a normal barbecue place that has mutton. You typically have to go to like the mutton specialist barbecue places, else you wouldn't even be able to get something like mutton in Japan. It's just treated like such a rare thing that it's pretty expensive. Like the kebab place I usually go to, like it's just a kebab stand, so it's not too big. But like when I ask them about the mutton kebab, they're just like, we can't, it's just too expensive here. Yes, yes. Too far to go to my workplace. About... From the point I leave my house till the time I get there, like including all the walk, it's about 45 minutes? Maybe 46, 47 minutes, I guess. So, it's not as close as my previous one was, but it's still a decent amount of time. I don't know how far is that considered, it's the only thing. Because like when I picked this place as the place I wanted to live, my main point of consideration was, is it easy to get to Akihabara? Is it easy to get to Tokyo Big Sight, which is where Comic Cat and most events are held? So it's like my main point of consideration was, is it easy to go to these two places? And 3 was, is the rent cheap? Like it's mostly just those 3, so it's like not the best way to pick where you want to live. But yeah. So as a result, it takes like around 45 to 50 minutes for me to get to work. Although it's on a direct train, so I don't really have too much complaints. It was like out of the 50 minutes, I think like 15 minutes of it is walking. Like I just spent a lot of time walking. Like for me to get to the station, it's like almost 10 minutes, I think, of walking. Not 10, maybe 7 to 8 minutes of walking. Like one side. Then once I get off the train, I need to walk another like 7 to 10 minutes to get to the office. So yeah, like yeah, it's a lot of walking for me to get there and back, but overall not too bad. It's still like shorter than, the thing is, for my entire life, right, like commute for me is like extremely long, so it's like even something like 45 to 50 minutes to me in my brain is like very short. Cause like it's weird, because like, okay, so like in primary school, or like the American equivalent of like would be grade school, I guess, but like grade school my commute was like a 5-minute walk. Middle school it became a 2-hour bus ride, and then like high school it was like a 1 hour 45 minute to 1 hour 30 minute like bus train commute. So like all of my life, then even my first job was like 1 hour of walking and train. So it was like it has never been short. Even university was like 1 hour 20 minutes, I think. Oh, alright, take care. Your house is by using all armor value potential. Probably gonna be multiple battles, isn't it? But yeah, it's like 45 to 50 minutes. It still sounds long. Like when I talk to my colleagues at times, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's pretty long." And I'm like, "Is it?" I mean, yeah. I mean, they kind of can like take a bicycle and get here in like 30 minutes, but meanwhile, I'm just like taking a train ride that takes almost as long. But I don't know. It's just Lancelot being the usual garbage dump, isn't she? Minus 20%, 7k. 7k after minus 20%. That means 7.8k. So 20%. So let me see if I get my calculator. We put 7.8k divided by 4 times 5 is about 9.75, close to 10k in income. Not that high either, is the thing. Although it does mean we're losing quite a bit on income. Almost 2,000. I guess taking back that, man, Persepolis kinda means that we would break even? Kinda? In terms of income, I don't know. Actually no. That's after taking Persepolis, so... yeah, and just taking a very big hit in terms of income. The monsters has one wall. You know what would be good in this game, which feels like it's a bit unfortunate that it doesn't exist? It would be nice to have the ability to build walls like the way this game's AI does, you know, like they have wall defense. I want to be able to do that as well. Just like building walls to hold off attacks so that even if I lose a singular battle, it's not as painful. I mean, yeah, on the one hand, this game isn't as, you know, it's not as aggressive and unforgiving as runs, so you don't really need a system like that. But even then, you know, it's like, I just wish there were better ways to do it. That's a bit too much. Or rather, there was more ways that I could, like, you know, interact with the systems that exist. There we go. There goes all of my money. Well, the fact that it can actually get to 0 in and of itself is pretty impressive. You know, that means that no matter what number, it's like the game just allows you to more or less use your funds to 0 in terms of healing units, which is, I don't know, the fact that it actually rounds to 0 like this is kind of surprising in and of itself, but back that. It's 1 unit of the extremely high HP. At least this should be the more budget-friendly battle, I suppose. We kind of have a tank who can do a good job of dealing damage, I hope. And we kind of have a party that can, like, no, one more person would be good. They have Tenco, but overall their, like, unit count is so low that it kind of leaves me a bit paranoid as well. Crosswise, she can do something. You know what? Let's bring Magellan. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rank cross up to here, so like this. Which means we can hit the 3 at front, which should be enough, I guess. You know. I'm ready. Milagros? This 3. Magic Missile. Okay. This guy's higher attack. No, I don't know, just something about... Oh. Uh-oh. Sounds over, she must cost. Clearly not enough, so we should just do this. 756675. What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck was that damage? Okay, not good. Not good? Not good. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Okay, oh. Not good at all. Kamehameha and Tenco. No, we should be able to build up enough by then, no? Yeah, yes, we do. Like, we do build up the 1 point needed for me to be able to use a heal. So I can still do this at least. No, yeah, not good at all, is it? The situation. I mean, we do technically have more men than them still, it's like 3, 4, 5. Or other more characters, but in terms of like manpower per unit, it's not too good, to say the least. No, please? No? Oi, oi, oi. Kamehameha, I'll be assuming. And then it's Magellan's turn after. Well, everyone goes before Magellan, like maybe? Not like that. I mean, if they're gonna do stuff like that, I may not even get the turn, but... Yeah, I did fuck up, didn't I? She should be in the... Oh no. Oh no. She should be over here. No, I'm definitely too late, aren't I? No, they may not necessarily move forward, right? Like, they don't really have an incentive to move forward, so maybe I'm still safe. Although yeah, not good at all. Yeah, clearly I should have brought a force with more HP as well. Oh. Hello. Okay. Himiko was fine. Magellan here. This I need to remember to do. No more forgetting. Then who do we have? Okay, you know what? You know, that heals. Not bad, it's just very meh. Maybe Lancelot. It feels a bit like we're putting her back in the meat grinder, but we need more damage. It's gonna be quite a slugfest though. This entire thing. We just have to wait. I feel like that already ended the battle. We'll see who the next attack hits. That one was a bit too tilty. Okay, not fun at all. Let's see what happens next. Does 1 point damage. Very cross like this. But no, Sanzo goes next, so we should probably give Sanzo her turn. Does impact do this? That does not happen. I mean, even without any aggro, he just gets slapped so hard. Maybe we need to change up the gear a little. Like, cause clearly we have a lot of gear, I'm just not using it for some reason. Okay, volatile hit, temporary minus 20%. This is temporary aggro and then there's permanent aggro. I forgot the exact way those work, but... Okay, clearly they have a way for working. Alright, let's give her this. I'll replace this with a pearl for now. We are definitely gonna want to keep the pearls on people so that, you know, we get our innate healing, but aside from that... Kamehameha. Am I even gonna end up using her? Shoka instead. Plus 1 luck. Luck is a stat that isn't shown, right? Okay. I forgot. It's actually displayed here as a numerical value, but it's actually a hidden stat. Oh, that's great. Because why not, right? Don't we all love having hidden stats? Okay, I'll give Kamiko the pair. Oh. Almost took N10 there we go. This should make it a little more bearable, I think. It's 10 attack. 10 fucking attack. Then... again... Their offensive forces are surely a lot more... surprisingly a lot like smaller though. Considering their defensive forces are like fucking 4k stacked in the middle like this. Every single time. Okay, pass her turn. Let's not attack. She attack. 4k. Defense, force attack. The Shoko can hit them. Oh no! Melegeros, step 1. Well, I feel like they're gonna actually kill Sanzo. No! I guess we try this then. Well, it's either that, I really need to figure out how like aggro works in this game, cause it would seem that I'm actually getting fucked by the aggro quite a bit as well. I'll be seeing this. There we go. Okay. Anticronus. Step 1. -60. Can't we get to 2 either? Too brave, not like it actually is gonna make a difference, but still. How she already hit? Like how? Who is even hitting her so quickly? Like, god damn it. Uh-oh. Can I even move out of the way in time? I don't think so, huh? I guess in a sense they're actually wasting their attack by attacking the MP slot. Not like that's much of a consolation, but well, we're not aggro you, but after they did that, I don't know. Yeah, heal. Why not? Safety. Oh yeah, we're completely unrelated. It's not really that unrelated. Is it unrelated? Another topic. Like, I was actually checking the website for the game itself. This game, I mean, of course. I mean, the entire IP, I mean, since like Tenco only really made like 2 games, 3 if you include the mobile game. Really, I'm hoping that they actually do more with the mobile remake though. Like, instead of just, you know, remaking this game. I mean, not this game, the mobile game. It's an offline game. I really hope that like they actually bother to not just port the game to make it offline compatible, but to, like, change up the game to make it more entertaining as well. You know? It's like one problem I always had with the mobile game. Well, I mean, it's not really a problem, but like, one thing it does that is very like a mobile game, but feels like it wouldn't work very well for, you know, an actual release, was just the fact that if they made the mobile game port directly a game that's playable on, well, be it whatever platform, it does feel like it would still be a little lacking. Not in terms of actually having the as interesting offline playing systems, in a sense. Because like the game mechanics themselves, the systems they have built up are fine. And they make the game very entertaining as well. It's the reason why I'm even playing it after all these years. But just aside from that, it's like one problem I had with it is more the fact that, you know, by virtue of the fact that they wanted to make a mobile game, like most mobile games out there, you basically have systems that are very... I don't want to use this word because it sounds very like, you know, generic and still typical to say, but like most mobile games, they kind of have like systems early in the game that are very like centered around the feel-good moments of the game, you know? Like, you kind of want the players to feel like, yes, I'm doing something impressive. You know, so you want to give them as much of. And this is the case with a lot of, even smaller ones, like things like Candy Crush, right down to like, even the most recent and modern of mobile microtransaction heavy games, but like, they tend to focus a lot on the feel-good moments that you want the players to experience, and as a result, typically the start of the game is by intention a lot easier to clear, you know? It's easier to clear, and on top of that, your... What's that gonna do? Okay, let me think about this in a second. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go, value. Money. But yeah, like a lot of things in the game are like built to be a lot easier. Like when you play the first few stages, it's really like, it doesn't really matter what your party is, as long as they're decently leveled. Which in a gacha game you can easily grind your EXP and the like as well, so it's not difficult. In fact, that it's a gacha game means that you kind of want to promote your SSR characters as well, so the start of the game ends up being quite easy and not as entertaining. Like, even for me, like the story was probably the plot aside, because like I don't really remember the plot itself, but like gameplay wise, the plot was such a breeze that it really was kind of boring to play through. Where the game really shone to me was in the PvP, as well as the high difficulty stages. Because like, well, it is a you know, a gacha game. The it's not as, how do I put it? It is not as pay to win as some of those other games out there with which are very heavily PvP focused are, in the sense that the meta game was not as fixed. You had characters that obviously were strong, but even then those characters were not, you know, it's not like an awakened character or something, or a Moonlight gacha character where no one could get it. Most of the characters were not that hard to come by, and a lot of it just ended up being a case of how you mix up the teams, so like you can surprise people on defense as well as beat more teams on offense. You know, basically the whole thing of the more characters you have, the more versatility you have. It's just that the ease of getting characters was a lot easier, I suppose. Which yeah, even now I don't support the fact that it was a gacha game all that much, but at the same time it's like, yeah, it being a gacha game wasn't good, but yeah, the game itself was pretty fun, and the PvP itself, it was a lot more balanced in the sense that it really did center a lot more on like how your players in a sense actually like interacted with the systems. You know, it's not a case of like you get character from slightly more OP gacha, therefore you're at the top, or you have the latest character from the gacha in your party, therefore the PvP is really easy for you to climb in because you just have skill that's more meta than the rest. Because like most of the interesting thing about what they did was they basically tried to preserve as much of the character in these games in that game, while also like beefing them up so that you basically got like they're all a bit more relevant in a sense. There's one problem with this games is just that like, you know, you have characters that are just like way stronger than others as well. Which is normal, you know, every game's gonna be like that regardless. But like with this game, it's like you know, it's a package game, it's a done deal. You release it, it's out. It's just like you don't see like balance updates that come later on. So strong characters remain strong forever, weak characters remain weak forever. It's part and parcel of the game, but at least they tried to like, you know, beef up most of the characters and basically give them more to improve their unique positions in each of their own niches as well. Or changing up their skills so that they wouldn't be as irrelevant as they were in, you know, these games as well. Also, one nice thing was that but by virtue of the fact that they actually tried, well, at the very least the one guy who was running the game tried really hard, and his efforts paid off. There was the variety when it came to like the PvP was really there, and when it came to the PvE as well, it's like there were obviously some bosses where you obviously needed like, especially at the high difficulty, like certain characters from a certain pool, not like a certain gacha pool, but like from a certain set of characters who are considered core from the bosses. You need to have like a few of them in order to be able to do it and things like that. But like overall, most of it could be overcome, a lot like with early FGO, with like proper planning with like most of the F2P characters as well. Well, with most teams rather, you know. I don't know what I'm talking about, clearly. Yeah, there won't be anyone left on defense if I do that. You just enter. They actually didn't attack, huh? I'm actually surprised they aren't even bothering to attack at all. Like, it feels like every turn has pretty much just gone by peacefully without them actually attacking. $21k. I think we can heal. Funds required available 21k. I mean, it might be a waste for me to like just full heal, but we need to attack the Maskers twice, right? And most likely once we actually take the Maskers, they will start to fight back as well, so I guess now would be as good a time as any to full heal, since I'm expecting that most people will probably take a beating here. Do I want to bring a cannon in the back? This feels a bit overkill. Banking. Himiko? Like this, maybe? Although my entire back row is pretty susceptible to being attacked as well. In a party like this. Antigonus. These two will attack. What is this? Obviously Benki is gonna do the most damage. So Benki will probably start to pull their aggro. One thing about this game compared to Gold is that I really have to say the AI certainly does like take aggro into account a lot more in a way that makes it kind of more challenging, or at the very least it makes it more so that I actually have to think while playing this. Because like, by virtue of the fact that AI is actually taking like aggro into account, I need to make sure that rather than just everyone hits as hard as they can, and I hope I just don't get killed in like an AoE counter fire. With this, it's a lot more of like, I'm gonna want to hit him as hard as I can, but I need to do that without like, you know, compromising my glass cannons or my DPS getting like themselves slaughtered by enemies that basically are just gonna start to focus them down as well. So it's like playing any other RPG game, I guess, in that sense. Like, every character starts with a base threat level, and then you basically have like that threat level changing depending on who gets hit how and when. Also, one nice thing about this game, I guess, is just the fact that, as compared to Gold, is that it feels like the AI is better programmed, in a sense, to react to player actions. Like the AI does actually feel, you know, more like it's trying to. Or it feels like the AI is just coded to pose more of a challenge just by virtue of the fact that rather than using just like brain deadly, just going like, let me use my strongest skill every single time and hope I kill the guy, targeting like whoever randomly, or targeting characters that I'm just strong against. Let me, like, you know, actively try to look for his DPS through the aggro system, or his key healers, or people who are charging, things like that, you know. Like, we don't have the code for this game. No one probably does, so it's like it's hard to tell, but like it feels like things like, for example, character charging like Benki now probably produces more like temporary aggro or whatever it's called than probably some other character would, you know? Like, I don't know how the whole temporary aggro thing that you mentioned before, right? No, I think we did talk about it before, but like at that time I actually like looked at the name in Japanese and it made more sense there. But yeah, in the sense that like it really does feel like the AI is actually taking more of this the temporary like losable aggro that probably like is generated from not just dealing damage, but not just dealing damage, but also from it's like charging for an attack. Like it feels like just the act of charging itself is probably like creating some level of aggro. The same for healing skills. Like, I mean, this game doesn't have a resurrection system, but you know, it's like kind of like how in most MMOs, typically characters that like healers that have a resurrection skill. That skill tends to produce a very huge amount of aggro for the simple reason of that you don't want like to make it too easy for them to just like resurrect a party member, because that's like, you know, it ups the challenge when they basically have to juggle like having fewer people to deal with the boss while also having to deal with trying to resurrect the party member. So like, I remember in Terra as well, like you would have things like you have bosses that will basically be like dealing with the tanks. Maybe like sometimes striking out the DPS if the tank doesn't do his job right. But the moment someone goes down and the healer kind of needs to resurrect someone, you just see like or rather the moment the healer actually goes into the act of resurrecting someone, the boss was like start to suddenly like target the healer given the chance to, if the aggro actually pushes high enough. Stuff like that. Feels like it's in this as well to some extent. Like if you're charging the whatever the temporary aggro is supposed to be, would probably like go up to the point that temporarily while you're charging you would be targeted more. But perhaps like the moment it ends, you know, they go back down the chart rather than like permanently increasing aggro, which most games would have as well. Like as you deal damage and heal over time. She'll be back, she says. I feel like every time they say something like that, it just leads to a death flag. We won't be letting her go back now. Now will we? I don't think I need to save, but why not? Okay, this attack is probably gonna be a bit tougher, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know, it really does feel like there's a lot more calculation being done in the background by the AI in terms of aggro and who to attack in this game as compared to a goal. Just the fact that depending on the situation, the AI would rather use a weaker skill because a certain character is in range rather than a stronger skill, really just points to the fact that AI is built around, like, rather than just, you know, cast the strongest skill you can whenever you can, hit the highest, probably just hit the highest aggro character within range of that skill. It really feels like with this game, the AI is actually like taking more into account, like, well, yes, you know, using the most important skill is important, but on top of that, can I actually hit the high aggro characters? And there's probably something in the AI's logic that's basically set such that target the higher aggro characters, but also depending on the or rather, use the best skill you can, but also depending on the situation, just target the highest aggro character for weaker skill if that is the best skill that can hit a specific person A or B. Okay, it's gonna hit like this. Most can hit this. No, this is good. Hey, this is good. One more person in the front maybe might be good as well. I think he can... Yeah, he has Sonic Boom, okay. The fault might help in this situation. Luck +1, attack +1, has nothing, has nothing, has nothing. Let me just take a picture. That's not snipping through. Let me take a picture of this lineup. Let me go back and change its gear. And then we do the battle. Troops. 1 million troops. Kamehameha has nothing. I could give her... amethyst? Who has this? No, they give her this. They give you the... Fuck, this thing on the screen still scares me a bit every single time. This is good, right? He has luck increase. Attack increase is also on Magellan. Can hit the second roll. So we kinda have Luwu who can hit the back. Magellan who can hit the middle. And everyone else is kitted out with something or another. And there we go. Okay, then because I have a screenshot, at least now I can do this real quick. No, let me just check one more time. Macedonia. Do Macedonia and then India's. Although I realized that India's isn't actually on the list. Azteca. Nor is... Nor is Australia, come to think of it. Huh. Wait, are Australia and the other really just not involved in this? Like, I don't know if the list is just not updated because like this page, this wiki page was written in what, 2013? It hasn't been updated since, so I would like to believe that it's correct because the Japanese do tend to be very meticulous with things like this, you know. So I would like to believe that it probably is as accurate as it could be. But yeah, I guess so, huh? Like Australia and the other are really just not stated here at all. There we go. Easy. Now I remember. Okay. What's the move? Aristotle. 282836. There's a lot of defense. Holy shit. Okay, let's see. Dispel, charge, long shot. I feel like hitting this is more worthwhile, isn't it? Well, I could, right, hit her, but it really does feel like hitting the other ballista is just more favorable than this dude. No, that's fine. Ah, I should have put her up here. That's such a waste. I really gotta remember their skills. Like, it really was quite a waste that I actually put her below. Like, clearly my brain was just not... I just did not take that into account. Like, that perhaps this would be the better lineup. Because Kamehameha doesn't have a skill that really requires her to be at that specific spot. Because of the reset, I really did take a lot more damage, huh? Well, I mean, it can't be helped, I guess, but... Screw. Why? But why? Why would you hit her? you have charge? No, it doesn't have charge, okay. If that's the case, yeah, this might be better. Magic missile. Magic missile. Magic missile. Okay. I think this is 4, right? So, guess not. Well, this is a bit of a problem, but please post just a little long. I thought it wasn't gonna be a problem, but okay, sure. Wait, could that actually be a problem? Getting choker. Can do this. Ooh, okay, yeah, that was actually quite effective. But yeah, so we can do that. She can do this. It's very low. Although I guess with her HP it was bound to be expected, I suppose, but that was very low. Look at this. Also, yeah, I didn't mention, but hey, today's stream is in 1080p for once. I don't know if there's actually any difference in terms of the clarity of the video. I mean, when I look at it, it feels a little clearer, although I can't really tell the difference either. I hope it is though. Because not only do we have 1080p for once, but on top of that, Twitch actually graced us with the ability to be able to change the quality of the video anytime as well. So for this stream, like just randomly, right? Cause like shit's never consistent when it comes to like the video quality for some reason. But like, this time we can change the video quality. No, like I don't understand why this isn't a more fixed thing, you know? Because like one thing I really do get a bit that I really don't get why it's the case, right? It's just like why Twitch even does this thing where it's like, especially for new streamers, you just don't get the ability to change the video quality while watching their streams. Cause like, yeah, I get it. Probably like puts more, maybe just maybe, right? It just adds more strain on them to provide this as a thing, but like, yeah, but then no one's gonna be able to see shit. Well, like, I mean, some people will, but like, you know, people like me who like watch on the phone sometimes at work, like, we can't see shit. You know, I'm just gonna see a spinning circle for the entire time I'm watching the stream instead. Because like Japanese companies don't want to provide like, yeah, better internet. You would think, right? Like, oh yeah, you work in a game company. Shouldn't they have pretty good internet for you to actually test shit at work? Well, yeah, but not really either. It's like, it really is kind of underwhelming, like, the quality of internet services provided here. Oh, look, I remember signing up for Clan and Bracket Clan as well for like, what, the fucking 1 GB fiber? I don't feel like I have fiber at all. Although to be fair, I don't really play many games within Japan itself when it comes to multiplayer games, so it could just be a problem with me trying to connect to the rest of the world that's causing like lag and shit, but who knows. Yes, the trade road has been opened. Now all I need is our good dear Queen Tut. And I'll be happy, but is it USA を征服する前に Egypt を征服する? Okay, so I need to beat Egypt before USA. And Macedonia before India's. So Australia I can do at any time. India's I just need to do before. I just need to do it after Macedonia and it's fine. So basically after this we have the choice of doing the India's or Egypt, I suppose, but so Iskandar kebabs like so, don't talk about the kebabs. No, Lancelot, don't do this to me. Man, I really miss good kebab, or mutton kebab rather. It's like I'm eating chicken or beef kebab every other week. Because Japan's kebabs are fucking bussin', but still. Yogurt and spices, like I just can't get stuff like that in Japan. Lancelot, goddammit. Stop it. I really want a good like mutton kebab. Iskandar kebab. You know, I'm not. Yeah, just hearing that makes me really want to try it. Man. If only it was that easy to get a hold of. Military officials challenged the Babylonia. Give the soldiers vacation. Oh. Oh yes, this really is just a case of like this isn't even our final form in it. Like literally just them being like, oh yes, we'll gather our forces in Alexandria and prepare to like meet them in combat. Right. Babylonia is not on the list. Okay. Do we have enough people left? Oh, this is 6. I guess we enter on them in case they attack us. Because like, the fact that oh, there they go. There they go. I was about to say, the fact that they have not attacked us up till now was quite a surprise, to be honest, but then they actually did it. The mad lads. I would be at a disadvantage with these numbers, wouldn't I? Even with my full, like, attachment of everyone, it feels like, in terms of actual numbers, I'm actually kinda lagging behind them, huh? Okay. At least they're all like very slow, so I guess I don't have to worry as much, but still. Okay, I should have looked at the attack before clicking, but I guess this is fine. Though coming off of, you know, Go and playing this, Nobunaga really feels a lot less interesting in a sense as a character in terms of her skills, because like just the fact that she has snipe, which basically like, you know, Cook also has the exact same skill this early in the game. It really makes it feel like she doesn't really have as much of a niche as compared to in like, you know, in Gold itself. At the very least at the start of the game, that's what it feels like. Because basically the first skill both of them get is the exact same skill, so now we basically get two characters of the same class with the same skills. Well, I guess in and of itself it's not a bad thing, it just feels a bit more underwhelming, I suppose. Wait, they can do that? God. Okay, they're not gonna... Okay, they didn't... That was a crit! That was a crit! Great! Great, isn't it? Sure. Okay. Can I even... Or do I need to go back to the previous turn and like... upgrade a little more? I feel like... Hey, I really do, huh? Okay, well... Uh-oh. Uh-oh? Oh, they're fine, they're fine. We are fine. I mean, it really does feel like there is that slight possibility that we could do this, but... Yeah, it's a little bit scary nonetheless. Because clearly both of them are gonna start targeting Tarataka now, right? Like... What are they doing? It really makes me wonder like how the aggro system works, you know? Oh, Snorlaxo! Guten Morgen, if that's the case. Well, hopefully you got it. You had a good sleep at least though. Cause like... If the last few days have really just been you not getting enough sleep, then at least you can hope that today was a good sleep day. No, go for, yeah. Howdy do. Today's stream is the first stream that's in 1080p. This is for a bit more. Ah yes, I know the feeling. This is why I'm all that feeling is the reason why it's like I'm just terrified of going back to sleep a second time. Especially without an alarm. Like it just that's like the shit from my nightmares, if you know. Like I'm every day when I wake up for work, I'm just like maybe I should just go back to sleep for 15 more minutes. And then part of me would just be like, the fear is in me to be like, no, what if that actually happens? Oh yeah, give me a second. I just remembered. I want to show you something since you're here. I did it. I got the thing. It actually arrived. Wouldn't you know it? Well, hopefully you got a good sleep though, at least, since it was actually a long sleep for once. Okay, I could just like do it like this, right? This should work, right? Video capture device, like, is my address there? No, my address is not there. Let me toss that mask away, but like, yeah, this one. And can I just leave it here? No, I can't. There's nowhere for me to leave it on, but let me just put down the camera and open the second one. You know, I was kind of surprised because they said that it would arrive like on the 16th or later, you know. So I was expecting it to arrive like either next week or the week after. But you know, Amazon being Amazon, they love to promise like... They love to overpromise, you know. They'll say like, oh yeah, we'll send it to you in like 3 weeks, and it appears in a single week. They say like, oh, we'll send it to you in like 3 days, and it arrives the next day. I love it when they do that. No, I can't complain, like, no, there we go, 1 and 2. Yeah, and it's already here. 2? Is the number even visible? More like though, I was surprised. Look at the difference in thickness. Like, the difference in thickness is fucking crazy. Like 2 is... This shit is one of the... This is one of the thickest like mangas I've seen like in a full volume in Japan at least. Like this thickness, right? It's like, this is what I expect from an English compilation overseas, if anything. Like, for a Japan release, that's actually quite thick. You know, like compared to the average like manga release, this is twice the thickness of most books you would get in the store. Oh, you think so? Wait, let me get an actual light novel. Let me show you how much bigger it is when you compare it to a light novel. That shit's enormous, I'm telling you. Like, I really need a stand to actually put the camera, because like holding it like this is a bit difficult, but this is the size of the second volume, right? Yes, this is the size of an average light novel in Japan. Like this is average light novel size. This is the big shit. Well, hello there, Night Emperor. Don't mind me, but just showing off what I just got. Look at that. Way bigger than your average light novel. And I think this average light novel size, like, you know. Oh wait, no, this point. Oh, let me say forward, but way bigger, way bigger. The amount of pain to get it though. Like, I'm looking at both volumes and where they were shipped from now. Legit, not even available in Tokyo, it seems. One was sent from Aichi Prefecture, the other was sent from where the fuck is this? Address? Is there an address? Basically both were sent from like halfway across Japan, because it just was no way for me to get it within Japan. Well, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to open the manga itself, because like, you know, I picked up the manga, I did a quick flip through the book itself. I think I saw tits on like 10 pages already, so this is all you get. If one day I find out how to like actually like scan shit, maybe I'll scan it and I'll put it up online somewhere for posterity, because like clearly there's this just can't be found for some reason. God bless technology indeed. God bless technology indeed. Maybe I should get a second copy so that I can do a proper scan. Because like, this shit's a very rare PP. But at the same time, I don't want to take apart the book just to scan it, you know? Unless I at least have a second copy, then maybe I'll take apart the second copy to scan it. Well, I mean, I could unread it. Yeah, reading Moon Runes is always gonna be a problem in it, since like, there's no TL of this. Although holding it in my hands now and seeing the art, I can see what you mean by like the artist is a very different person. I actually do like the how different the art style is. Like looking at the cover, it didn't feel very obvious how different the art style is. But when I opened the first volume and looked through it, I was like, shit, it actually is very, very different. Although yeah, I don't know, like looking through it, it really does go pretty far through the plot, I think. Although the order of that they invade in is very, very different. That and there's a lot of banging, to say the least. One of the few things I can actually remember because of their style. Yeah, there are very few. I mean, there aren't that many artists that are like that, huh? Although a lot of, I guess some of the very famous ones in particular tend to have that style to them, like Wadako is one of them. This guy's art style as well, like the way he draws the protagonist in particular. Can I even find an image of the protagonist without tits on the fucking page? It's very different. Can I find a page without tits just to like show the art? Maybe this will work. How do I hold the book while holding the camera, while holding the how do I do this? I don't understand the logistics of doing this. Clearly I need a better camera, I guess. There are no tits on the screen here, but yeah. The art style for the protagonist as well is very, very different. Although I do apologize, I think my very horrible like company webcam isn't the best way to be trying to show this to begin with. It'll probably be easier for me to just take a few pictures with the phone and send it. But yeah, I'll yeah, you know how hard it was to find that page? I was literally flipping through like half the fucking book trying to find a page without tits on the fucking page. I can see why this was serialized in a erotic manga like publication instead, cause this has a lot of tits. Like I'm actually surprised. I mean, it does not help that I'm playing the all ages version of this game, so everything feels so clean that looking at this just feels like I'm looking at like 50% tits for half the time. That said though, the fact that it already arrived. The fact that it already arrived in like less than 2 weeks. Wait, why did I attack them now? Do I have the resources to attack them? Is it even worth to attack them? Oh, those are very big stacks, holy fuck. But yeah, this is great. Like just the thickness of the second volume is kind of crazy, because like the second volume arrived like quite later. You find it mentioned in credits. Yeah, why is it even mentioned in the credits of this game? Like, I get that he probably contributed quite a bit to the marketing of the series as a result of him writing the manga, but why is it even like mentioned in the credits of the game? That is what blows my mind. I don't even have the money to restock everyone. Yeah, it's nice. Like, if they did not do that, I would not even have known that the manga existed. Like, God bless them for doing it. Because this was a... Can you hear me actually hit the book? Like, this was a very nice surprise. Output capture, maybe main mic capture, like, very nice surprise. I will begin research on how to actually like scan stuff. You have a character done by him. Oh wait, he did a character in the game? Do you remember which one? Cause like, there's so many characters, I don't know how to like... I could try to find it, but it would probably take a while to like look through all of it as well. Though, huh? I didn't know he actually did a character as well. One or actually multiple? Yeah, sure, take your time. Like, God bless you, sir, for mentioning that though. Or ma'am. Well, God bless you for mentioning that. It's because, like, at the very least, it doesn't feel like I've met the character yet. And I don't even know if the character's even in the second game. But yeah, it is kind of weird though that there isn't even like a copy of this fully online. It's either that or it probably is on one of those like less all ages family friendly sites, I suppose. But if it's not even on those, it's like that's kind of rough. Because on the one hand, the manga doesn't feel like it should be that rare, even though it actually is, but still. I mean, I just need to figure out the logistics of it, but like, if I can figure out the logistics and there really isn't a copy online, I could try scanning it. Trust me, I look for it a lot. How to scan manga, comic pages, YouTube. Because like the only thing is I'm not sure how the entire like logistics of this works as much as I want to. I mean, I could probably go and Google it and I'll probably like find something, but yeah, I'll probably begin with that and see if I can find a way to. Oh, famous Malayan, oh yes, of course. That's why it's like when you ask a Japanese person about Singapore, they're like, oh yes, I know the place, it's the Malayan place, and like that's the only thing they know about it. You know, just the fact that they don't say, oh yes, it's that place in China. You know, just the fact that they don't say that. I guess I feel a little more comforted, but still. Yeah, this manga. I don't know why they made. No. Plan on getting the scan. So I translate it. Why do stuff like cleaning type setting? Sure. Let me just see if I can figure out how to do the scanning first, because like, I legit have no idea how it's done. Translating won't be a problem, it's more an issue of like, I need to figure out how to get this thing scanned in the first place, without taking the book apart. Or if I do take the book apart, I'll probably want to get a second copy, which hopefully shouldn't be too hard. The main problem is just that they're not printing more copies of it. So the only way I can really get a hold of a copy is purchasing it online off a second-hand store, because like the two copies I got are both obviously second-hand, but they aren't second-hand in the sense that like Mr. John, like Senior A in Aichi Prefecture, is selling the book. It's more like they're selling the book to a second-hand store that actually purchases books like these. Because in Japan there's a lot, like I think one of it was from a shop called Net Off, which is like a subsidiary of Book Off, which is basically a store that does nothing but like buy and resell like second-hand manga. So the thing is, the book itself is cheap as fuck. Like, I think the second volume, the book itself cost me 39 yen. And like with 39 yen, you can't buy shit in this country. You can buy this book, but you can't get anything to eat. Like, you know, it's really cheap. The reason why getting it was expensive was the shipping, cause like shipping of 400 yen is already like 5 times. It's about 10 times the copy of the price of this book. Which isn't a problem, because 400 yen is not a lot of money, but it's just that, like, you know, shipping is a bit of a spicy one with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you can have done. So yeah, I guess after the stream I'll go and like do some research into how that works. Well, I guess it might be just a problem of like the fact that this was not a doujin but an actual serialized production, so it might just have been because of that it's a lot harder to find people scanning it, assuming that no one actually scanned it. This is very, very lewd. Because it's official but also NSFW. Yeah, that's the thing, because like one thing I realized after living in Japan for a while is that doujin stuff, right, that gets scanned and put online is very common, but what isn't very common is official stuff, like not just like this, but like in general any publication that does like serialized arrow manga doesn't really get like a lot of translations out there. Because like I do use a few of those sites for like the research purposes, I guess, but you know, haha research, but yeah, like there's quite a few like NSFW sites that just do like publications, like the way you would get like Naruto or One Piece in a Shonen Jump, you would have the equivalent but for like loot stuff as well. But those really just don't get like serialized a lot. That's one thing I realized. So it really might just be that by virtue of that, like no one just picked, it just happened to be that no one picked it up. That and maybe with how old it is as well. Because like 2013, that was really long ago, and I can't even fathom in my head if like how many groups were actually doing like translation stuff at the time. Because 2013 feels like the era where like the group that was trying to do a fan translation of the Little Busters game basically said that they were gonna take like 10 years to do it. You know, I think they were like 7 or 8 years in, so like translations in general were not as speedy back then, I guess, in a sense. Although this is all just speculation. I have no idea either. Wasn't 2013 one of the war ends? Was it? Was it the Cthulhu one? I don't remember. I only remember Y2K. And I remember that after that there was the Cthulhu one, but I don't remember what year that was. All I know is it felt like a very big like troll operation by like 4chan or something, if anything. Wait, no, I didn't want to go to Alexandria, I wanted to do Gaudi. I guess we can just go through the cutscene for this as well. The thing is, I don't know if there's actually value in like doing every single province or just going straight for Alexandria and taking this, cause like I'm looking at the difficulty challenges and there's no difficulty challenge for like doing the other area and then doing Alexandria, but apparently they're saying like, yeah, you could do it. Get it scanned, you know. Sure, go do. I need to figure out how to do it. That's the thing, if anything. The main problem is like, I need to figure out how to get this scan. Because I don't own a scanner at home for obvious reasons. You know, like being a poor Japanese salaryman who doesn't really have much use for a printer or scanner. Means I don't really own one. Although I guess I could buy one just to scan this volume 2. This is very lewd, by the way. This is really very lewd. Like for obvious reasons I can't actually show this on stream, but who would have thunk it? There's both plot and lewds. Just like this game, I suppose. Okay, we undo this battle, right? We do the other one first. Guardian. We go here. A bit of game for this. If you want a very legal copy of like old Photoshop, I have that as well. Although it's like CS3, so I wouldn't recommend using it. But the good thing about having a very legal copy of CS3 is just that the file is so old that even if there's any viruses in it, it probably wouldn't affect a modern computer, so you have that too. Oh, bless you. Yeah, it's like I tried figuring out how to use GIMP, but like I don't know, like my brain just defaulted back to using that instead. Like I don't know why, I was just like I couldn't comprehend well enough how to GIMP. Not fair enough. Yeah, this is really one of those things where it's like it's easier to use whatever you're more used to, because either works. It's just a matter of like I'm just not very proficient with GIMP. Like I don't know why. Like I couldn't figure it out. Like I still remember like the very first workplace I was at. They needed me to do like mock-ups for UI as well, but like they're just like being like really budget friendly, I guess you could say, about it. So they're like, nah, we can't get you Photoshop. Why don't you go and acquire something online yourself? I was like, yeah, I'll download game. This version was such a when what's when made it take longer. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's the thing. I guess that's the thing with the whole like being used to it. Like for me, like the first time I used GIMP, it was the same thing, except that for me, I was like, because I had no idea how to use GIMP, I was just like, oh yeah, I don't know what's where. Okay, wait, they have cleave, right? Cleave is... Ah, that's annoying. I could do 1, 2... I could do... Okay. I could push them back and not bring... Oh man. I could just do this. And 3 in the back, like this. Yeah, 3 in the front, 3 in the back, and then that way I won't get like poked unnecessarily. In more ways than one, haha. Oh, good. Cool blood? Cool blood, why not? How can I get like 14 numbers again? Let's try this out. How much it cost? How do I scan a manga without damaging it? Ah yes, clearly Reddit is probably the best place to check like, for information like this, right? Just like going to Reddit and looking for legal advice.
私の出番ですね。
Oh, is it book scanner? Oh, this might work, maybe.
種あればセーフ。
よーし
I think there might be a way for me to scan it without damaging the book, maybe. This is actually interesting. You know, I never thought I would actually reach the day where I would actually have to do this, but
甘く見ないで。
I might need a bit of time to get the whole thing done though, I suppose.
さあどこから行きましょうか
41, 85. Oh yes, the Egypt arc. The Egypt arc is 69 pages, of course. Okay, Benki's turn is there. Himiko, Kublai. I have two... No, wait. Just hit them normally, if that's the
上
case.
達や
まだまだ。
かわいいね
Himiko can hit, but no. Himiko can heal either way, but we do this. We heal, then Benki can heal. Full cost.
ありがたいことです。
It's for the entirety of Egypt, which is... I don't know, I can't tell if this is just like... fan service, but like this entire arc on like Nostradamus, just like... talking about a book she's writing about Rasputin and Tut getting it on, which... I don't know if that was in the actual game. Like, it's not even her with the main protagonist, it's just her with like Rasputin.
ハッカイさんは私の友達です。
Knights of Zarando. Why do I feel like this book is like... It's going down the, what do you call it? Because the main story basically actually splits, right? Between like different characters, is what I'm getting the sense of.
合ってました
Yeah, she's writing very nice books, you know? Very family-friendly thin books.
早く終わらせるよ
How big is this debuff? Minus 2 attack. 2 attack. Hmm.
種がなければ即死だった。
That's quite a big loss in damage if it's just 2 attack loss
あればセーフ。
from standing on the platform, but
行きますよ。
there isn't even really a way for me to avoid it, is there?
頑張りましょう。感謝します。
どないしょ
You know, I like how in the plot as well, she just like basically writes books and just like sells it to the
種がなければ即死だ
funny demons of Africa. Like, I like how that's actually a thing.
しーちゃんごめん
やりますね。
Okay. This is clearly not working out too well.
かわいいね
I really do like how the AI are actually intelligent enough in this though, compared to like gold, to not waste brave points, really. Like even in this situation, right, like they could technically use cleave, even though cleave doesn't have any added benefit. Like if this was gold, there is no doubt in my heart that the AI would just use like cleave, even though cleave, which is the second skill of them, has no benefit.
罪を憎んだ
People wouldn't really attack the back line, that's true. I should have just attacked the back line. I don't know why I just stopped doing that. Since that was the main reason why I put her in. Yeah, I guess I should have just done that. She just feels very paper as well. How much money do I have? I'm taking the spears. That's true. That is true. Was this the save file? I guess what I should have done instead was to like... well, just give Himako a bit so she doesn't die in one shot, hopefully. We'll give Lobo and maybe well, Banky already has enough men. You know, you could always just stay on the bed. You know, sleep is good. As long as you don't actually sleep until you like wake up and it's the next day instead. You know, that's actually one of my biggest fears. Like one day I'll just go to sleep. I'll be like, yeah, I'll be fine. Let me just shut my eyes for a second. I go to sleep and I wake up and it's the next day. Now that's the shit of nightmares. I should give her Onimaru. No, Onimaru on Sanzo is fine, because Sanzo can poke the front line pretty well. Lulu can has cleave, Frankie can hit. Kamehameha has needle rush, which... is fine. You didn't do Australia yet? Yeah, I didn't do Australia yet, because when I checked the difficulty like tree and it didn't mention anything about needing to do Australia before Macedonia, so I just went straight for Macedonia instead. Wait, am I supposed to do Australia first? Wait, am I actually supposed to do Australia first, or is it just that it's easier to do? So it's actually recommended if I do that first. Australia is easier. Nah, of course. Good to know. Well, I guess you know what this means. When we do Australia, Australia's gonna be a bit harder because like everyone's gonna scale once I clear Macedonia. Wait, I forgot to kill Sanzo. But going back to do it now feels like... And the other two. Wait, Jean of Arc and one more, was it? Jean of Arc and Alucard. I think? No, not Alucard. Fuck. Vlad Peppers. Macedonia before Australia for extra difficulty. Yeah. It really feels like all I'm gonna do is like cause Australia to be even harder, cause like the moment I do Macedonia, Australia is gonna scale in difficulty, but I'm not sure if there's actually any reward for doing this is the problem. I just did it without thinking because I was looking at the chart, no, it's just like Australia wasn't even mentioned. Yeah, there's no reward for the actual difficulty. It's legitimately just everyone scales by 10%, so it's all even harder. I guess I could just give you an extra item. It does? You mean if I clear Macedon before Australia? Well, I guess I could just do this first. I mean, we're already in Macedonia either way, so it's fine. Like the problem with the guide that I'm looking at as well is that I'm basically looking at a Japanese wiki from like 2013, so I don't even know how comprehensive this thing is. All I know is that this is the same site I use for my gacha games, so I'm like, yeah, I can probably trust it, hopefully. Maybe. So I've been using that site, but... eh? I guess we'll find out. Well, I guess either way it should be fine. Okay, last person. Cook? Maybe Cook. This is for Cook. No, but Cook has less than... Why does Kublai have such high damage? Okay, I'll heal up Kublai. We just bring Kublai. I can't speak, it seems, but I guess I'll bring Kublai along. There's also extra enemies. Oh. Wait, it actually scales up by that much? Oh, that's gonna be rough. Hopefully it doesn't actually get harder than Macedonia. Hawaii before Australia? Yeah, we did Hawaii, so because we already have Kamehameha, so that's fine. Did I really fuck up the order? Oh, it's fine, I guess. Well, I don't know if starting a war on two fronts is the best of ideas, because that means I can't like push through Australia as hard, right? Oh yes, she's dying. In Macedonia before India's. This doesn't feel like the best way to be doing it, is it? You know what, if that's the case, I guess I could just push through Australia simultaneously, right? Alright, we can just do this simultaneously and extra enemies have a star on their name. So I guess I could just like... I see. I guess I could just like do this simultaneously, right? I don't know if this is the best of ideas, but... yeah, like clearly no other country in history has suffered heavily like fighting a war on two fronts, right? But yeah, the only thing is like, with stuff like dojins, like taking it apart to scan it is probably more common, because like, you know, to begin with, those are like very easily reprintable. It's easy to get hold of another copy of, but like with this book, I really would feel pretty bad to like actually take it apart to scan it. And then Getty Japan Comics. Ah, okay, it really is a all-new publication, okay. I guess we can do both simultaneously. Alright. Because it's beat how Australiaを征服する前にハワイを攻略する. So beat Hawaii before Australia, beat beat Macedonia before India's. I guess we can do both simultaneously. We push till the end of Australia and then we just like stop there or something and we'll figure it out again, I guess. Because if this is easier, we might as well just like... unless there's a specific reward loot drop. Is there even gonna be a battle? Oh, what the fuck? It really is a lot easier, huh? Like, this really is just way easier. Holy shit. God damn it. Okay. Let me just... here's hoping that I really do not have to like restart the entire thing though. I wouldn't want to go back a few turns to the start of the Macedonian battle. Just because I fucked this up. This 3 should be enough. Right. Like, clearly this might be enough. I would like to believe, at least. There we go. Although, yeah, I was looking a bit online just now as well, and it seems like there might be ways to scan a book without taking it apart, which apparently people have been using for rare books, so maybe I could do that. I just need to figure out how. 500. I feel like she should be able to do 500, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is really a lot easier, isn't it? Well, we can literally just get a Lancelot to face tank when we do this. Smart. Need to get up. Oh, it's a miracle! How's Up doing? What? I managed to get up, right? How are they doing? I mean, never mind. That was clearly just a bad joke. No, just ignore it. I said nothing. There we go. That's one battle. If you do normal, just smack him, just kill not hurt anyone. Oh yes. Of course, just smack them, they'll be fine. Oh, you found it? Oh, which was the characters? Wait, there were multiple? Archimedes, Copernicus, Galileo. False, called the Great, and Diogenes. Called the Great? Who was called the... Called? Was that the one in the pajamas pants? Oh, that is a Shyamalan. Oh, okay. I wish there was actually somewhere where we could see who was the artist. The only problem is just that, like, I don't know if there's a website where we can easily see like who drew which character. Like, the only character that I can really tell that was drawn by someone else is like Date. No, not Date. What's his name? Miyamoto Musashi? Who was drawn by the manga artist? Ah, I see. Well, I guess we can probably just look through those and see, like, we can get our expert on the artist's art style to figure out over there. Yeah, the only thing with this game is that it's really very hard to find information about it. Like, things like who the actual voice actresses are, things like who are the artists as well for the specific characters, it's kind of hard to tell. Alright. The voice actors are on VNDB. Yeah, but it's like some of them are using, like, obviously, like, you know, fake names, which makes it a bit tough to tell who is who. Like I remember there are actually some pretty famous like voice actresses in this that we managed to like track down, but like they use a separate like different name on this, so it's like some are easy to find, like you say on DNDB, but like some are just like it's a bit rough. Or it could just be my imagination that they sound the same. Who knows? Well, that's Goemon's voice, isn't it? Well, this Goemon. It's always a form. No, it's a virtual visual novel. That's true. It's like there's so many of them that actually use fake names at some point. Oh, it's like fake names, I guess like handles or like stage names. And some of them actually change it over time as well if they aren't that famous at the time. So it really makes it tough to find out who is who. But yeah, it's like Yoshitsune's voice actress, if I'm not wrong, is Noah from like the Neptune games. And Bailin is like Makoto from Idolmasters. Like some of them are very very obvious, but there's some that are so tough to pick up as well. Although it really does surprise me that they got that many like big name voice actresses into this as well. I mean, they may not be the highest tier of like names, but they're still all pretty like some of them are pretty like famous names, right? Oh, the sound. I don't like it. Oh. Why did they have to? Like, did they really have to add that sound into this game? Like, spooky. Not really stand out, to be honest. Huh. Unless he really just drew them in a slightly different way or something. That might have been a possibility, I guess, to like match the game's art style itself a bit more. Who knows? Because with the manga, he obviously had full like creative control, so I guess that might be why like the manga itself completely fits his style. But no, I don't know about the game, like the characters, because I don't remember anything looking this close either, unless he intentionally did a slightly different style. Even this battle was so much easier, like bruh. It really just is a case that of the battles being like, way easier, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 people on the defense. It's kind of risky as well, isn't it? I probably should just end the turn here since I have actually no money. Because if I get attacked like this, I don't have that many people to use in the defense. Like if this is gonna be the one battle that is, it's not too bad. But I don't trust that they're just gonna attack me once at this point. Like there's a part of my heart that's just like no mate, they're definitely gonna hit you a second time because funny. Never trust. That lion. Who's? Who is the first? Oh, Kanemoto. Who is that first character even? Like, I don't think I've even heard of that first character before. Like in Go at least. Unless I just forgot their name, but like... Kanemoto. Is he Senki? Oh, it's Magoroku, okay. They really did change up the names of some of the characters, huh? Like, I like how the Google actually like points me in the right direction, but it really is quite confusing as well. Yeah, like Kanimoto is Magoroku, Kao the Great is Shyamalan. Which is like... It's quite convenient that they actually pointed me in the right direction, because my brain didn't make the connection at first. Copernicus? I remember her art, but... I like Copernicus' art, but she feels more like a... she is definitely a guest artist. That much is like... It's very... Hers is very obviously so, but like... I don't know why. It looks familiar. It looks very familiar, but I can't place like the artist. You know, like I could very well believe that if you told me that she was in the Lump of Sugar game, or one of those other like companies games, I could be like, yeah, I can see that. They all were trying to imitate the main artist. Yeah, that's true. Because it's like, it makes sense for them to do it, but at the same time, it's like, looking at it now, it makes it tough to tell like who is who. Because it would look quite off, yeah, if like the art style was too different. Although it's just kind of unfortunate that it's actually this hard to tell now. I don't like Ashoka viewing my screen like that, god damn it. Okay, we do the puff battle now. Oh yeah, big ones like Diogenes. Yeah, Diogenes and even at the very least for me at least, like the Copernicus does stand out quite a lot as well. Like she looks like she just fell out of the wrong game. Copernicus? Copernicus? Was that the one that you said was Polish before? The astrologer one. Yeah, like her art style, to me at least, her art style does stand out quite a lot as well, because like it looks a lot like something I would expect to see in a Lump of Sugar game. Or like this, like I feel like I've seen that from a specific artist before, I just can't place the name. Okay, this one. Yeah, but this one is like, with the manga it's pretty obvious, like the art style after you mention it, but like I guess it's really just a case of like he got more creative control and therefore it ended up more different or something. Creative control in more ways than one. Like even the funny scenes in it are very different looking. Like I don't know why, but it feels like Rasputin has been turned into a lolly in this. Like she is very, very small. I don't think she was this small. Or I could just be like forgetting it, but she is very small. Cause like oh wait, this out of range. Cause like I don't know, Chief. She looks very, very underage here, you know, like very jailbait in this. I don't know, maybe it's just the way she looks there. Yeah, she doesn't look very jailbaity in the actual game, but like here she really does. Like, spooky, we go to jail now. I guess in a sense her size fits more with what you would expect Ivan to be bullying. Like that small size makes it feel more like, yeah, you know, you can see like her being someone that Ivan would be just like stepping on. Rather than her stepping on a much bigger girl, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can hit this along the hook. There we go. I think surprisingly the most was the China Emperor girl. Ah, her? She Teo, right? Jing Shi Huang. Yeah, they made her a very small girl. I think that was actually quite surprising because like basically Benkei category. Yeah, she really is to some extent, like pretty much just like Benkei but with slightly higher mental maturity. Because Benkei is like right down to her personality, she's just like full body, but like the Chinese Emperor is like she looks there physically, but mentally she's like very different. Although yeah, her appearance is very shocking, surprising rather. Yeah, size-wise it's kind of surprising that she's that size. Maybe the clothes. Yeah, it should be the clothes. Her clothes are very puffy, which probably like adds to her size, I guess, in a sense. Yeah, it's a lot going on with the clothes, and they're all very puffy. In general, it feels like Benkei's. It probably has to do with the fact that the white part of the front of her dress kind of looks like a bib as well. But yeah, you know, like for Benkei, even the front part looks a bit like a bib. The thing you have the baby wear when they eat. But with the Chinese Emperor is just more like, you know, regal in general as well. Yeah, the white part, I don't know if I'm using the right word, you know, a bib. It looks like the funny apron you put on a baby when you give them like dinner. A lot of fluff. Yeah, it has a lot of fluff to it, like especially with the frills on it. Her voice in particular though is probably the most jailbaity part of it though. I have to say, like, she really has the haha, you're gonna go to jail now kind of voice. So it's like, add that to her size and the aesthetics of her clothes, it's like, really has that full jailbait like vibe. Although the number of like weapons on her back is very spicy. Basically Gilgamesh from Fate Stay Night, if you think about it. The only difference is she doesn't throw her 1,000 weapons at the enemy instead. No, you know, she may look like that, but between the Buff Lord and Fate Stay Night, I mean Fate Grand Order, and lolly funny clothes Benkei, I think I would pick the small Benkei anytime. Isn't that Benkei's hero skill? Shh. No. I mean it is, but still, yeah. I mean like she doesn't do it like for her basic attacks the way like Gilgamesh does. like the way Gilgamesh attacks in FGO or Fate in general is just every attack is just throwing a single weapon, and he's considered an archer because he throws swords at people.
大胆なことを言うと思ったらウブなとこもあるんだね。おっと、伊達男を独り占めするわけにはいかないね。私が女に戻る前に離れさせてもらうよ。
Oh yeah, Becky is pretty great to use in the game though.
あんたらは何も
It's just a matter of it feels a bit jailbaity to use her too much.
私たちはですね。ジパングが閉店？私が離れているうちに面白い話になったもんだね。お兄様のおかげで達成できたんですよ。今やもう。
But yeah, you know, like I was saying a bit before you actually got online, I really do hope that like for the remake of the mobile game, they actually do like make it a bit more, you know, single player oriented in a sense. You know, come to think of it, none of the archers are really archers, are they? Like thinking back to it, like the only archer that, like, especially in early Fate, the only archer that was actually an archer was Robin Hood, wasn't there? And even Robin Hood, like, he attacked with a tree more so than with a bow. Like, archers were made up of people who threw like 10 million weapons at their enemies. The rider didn't really write anything other than in the adult version of the game, I guess. The only one that really felt very fitting for their class was probably like what, Hercules? Maybe Arthur, I guess, but yeah. Like, with the amount of thin books the rider has, I mean, the last thing you would think of her riding is the Pegasus that she has, if anything. Like, you know, it's like I completely forgot she had a Pegasus, like, as part of the plot of the thing until I, like, my friend mentioned it to me again, like, recently. And I was like, why was she a rider again? I was like, ah, she rode a Pegasus, right? Yeah, she only writes it as her noble phantasm, which is exactly why I forgot, cause like her using her eyes to like turn the enemy to stone was probably more impactful than seeing the Pegasus appear and die within like one frame. Like, you compare her as a rider to like having, you know, you compare having her as a rider to having like Iskandar as a rider, right? Like, Iskandar as a rider is a lot more memorable because he just goes everywhere on that fucking chariot or on the horse. Yeah, just suggestions anyway. Yeah, that's true. The only one that really kind of made sense, I guess, was the Berserker class. It feels like. But even then, it's like the high level Berserkers are just like, oh, they don't feel like Berserkers either, I guess. Bazaar car. Yeah, that just reminds me of the one meme with her riding on a car with his head on it. Wait, can I use Goemon straight away? I can use Goemon straight away. Oh, that's actually a blessing. You might be able to push through Australia really quickly if that's the case. Oh no. Okay, up. How do I do this? Yes. Putting hard kind of there's a hard difficulty? Is it like after I clear the game once, it's a separate, like, higher difficulty or something? Enemies get 150% troops. Oof. Yeah, I think that's how I played Gold at the start, cause like for Gold it was like, that was a setting that was unlocked in the start instead of being something you have to unlock midway. How much harder is it actually though, with hard? Like, it just sounds like it'll be way harder with the 150%, especially when you have to deal with Russia. Still doing stacks of 4K, holy shit. Oh, you're barely at 3K, that's a very big difference, like holy shit. Would stalling for because they didn't wait at all. Yeah, I mean, trying to speed run it probably would make it even rougher, yeah. You're barely at 3K and they're like stacks of 4K. I mean, there has to be a way, right? I'm guessing that means you have already done all the other areas, right? Like Australia is done as well. Yeah, doing the whole thing again feels like a fucking... That's how you speedrun the burnout instead, if you were trying to do that. Are the indies actually... No, you would want to do the indies after Macedonia, right? No, you only need to clear the indies. No, you only need to clear Macedonia before clearing the indies, so you could technically do that. Yeah, I mean, you would basically need to like fight on two fronts at that point, right? To basically farm indies till just before Conquest, and then do Macedonia's final battle, and then do Indies' final battle, in a sense. Ah yes, the standard Marco Polo, like, I hate everyone that isn't like Kublai vibes. It's great. We have one more battle. We can do one more battle. Like, so far the battles here are all not very energy consuming. They have Russia and EU in the normal playthrough. You know, at this point, I'm more worried about what's actually gonna happen once you get to, you know, the Russia segment. Because like, if Russia and EU actually had forced you to do that at that time, I can't imagine what Russia in this is actually gonna, in like hard, is actually gonna do. Seven people, which means I can do like 4-3 for 2 defensive battles. There's additional difficulties with the patch thing. Wait, additional difficulties? Like what? They actually made the game harder? Yeah, so those are NG plus. Ah, I see. Looks like a 200 and 300% enemy troop size. What? Ah, that does make the NG Plus sound quite crazy for NG Plus though. Like, 150 150 already sounds tough enough. Like I can't imagine doing like 300 troop size. Well, it's a good thing I don't have to deal with that now, but even then, it's like, holy shit, 150 sounds quite crazy. With the fan patch, they give 150 and 200% right off the bat. Oh, you mean like at the start of the game? Oh, 200% after beating the game. Ah, that all sounds so rough. Although it sounds kind of fun to try. You know, if it weren't for the fact that if we play through this again, dealing with Ashoka's Booba is gonna be a problem. If it weren't for the fact, I probably wouldn't mind like streaming it just to do that. I think it might be unbeatable on 300%, bruh. Wait, so what? 300%? Wait, is 300% a modifier that was introduced by the actual devs? Or was it something that the you know, people who did the fan patch actually like mutated into the game? Although at least being able to choose it, like I can't say it's like at least being able to choose it means it probably shouldn't be as bad. Only patch probably fan made. Yeah, it feels like just scaling that up at some point will just make things impossible to beat. There's a lot of cool stuff. Huh. No, if only that patch was streamable. If only. I guess I have to play it off stream, huh? Depending on what stuff is patched in and what isn't. Oh, be right back. I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'm back. The fan patch has always really tension. Yeah, but you see the thing... Well, stuff like Ashoka's is that. Yeah, but you see the thing is, if we actually remember what every single like surprise is, we can kind of avoid the surprises and still stream it. I guess. The only problem is like how much stuff is added by the fan patch. Because like, if all like CG is back to being like, you know, in-game, it might be a bit tougher. The fan patch is Uesugi Kenshin. Wait, I actually really would want to have like Uesugi Kenshin. She's in even without the patch actually. Wait, she is? Like, as someone who was a big fan of hers in the Runs games, I would gladly like to have her back in this. I mean, I would gladly like to have her in this if anything. Because I'm playing Steam version. Wait, so there's a chance that I can get Uesugi Kenshin as well? Right, it's just the case. Big hype. If she's actually in this, I'm actually hyped. Like, 10 out of 10 would sim for her. This should be just NSFW work stuff. Yeah, but if you think about it, her entire existence is probably NSFW considering the game. Right. This is a bit of a budgetary waste. Let me... Nobunaga, Sun Tzu, and... Nobunaga, Sun Tzu, and... Yoshitsune. We do this. This should be a bit better. Oh, if she's actually in it, I'm actually kinda hyped. I mean, as long as she doesn't appear in a scene that's gonna get me banned, it should be fine. It's just more a thing of like when I first saw her in the like the screenshots of her being in the game on the Steam like community, I was kind of hyped. Yeah, true. Her clothing is very much family friendly, if anything. Like, I think if you compare her to almost every other character in like... She doesn't have a voice. Did she actually have a voice in Rans? I don't even remember a thing. Like, it's been so long since I last played Rans, but I feel like no one had voice, did they? I could just be remembering this wrong, because like, it's been like more than 10 years since I played that game. Oh, like compared to here, that's true. Yeah, in this game it will be weird, especially if like, you know, they actually have everyone else voiced in the cutscene and just she isn't. Like that would just make it feel even more awkward, if anything. They have an explanation for it. Oh, they did. It just sounds extra spicy if they added like a line of dialogue to explain why she doesn't have a line in this. You might like it. Oh. Now I'm even more intrigued. You're getting me extremely curious now. Oh, now I really want to see it. Hopefully she appears soon. I don't know how late in this game she's gonna appear, but hopefully she appears soon. I really want to see that. Sorry, but no. No! Wait, how late? Actually, you know what? Never mind, I don't want to know. I think I'll probably be even more sad if I find out how late she appears. You know, if she's actually gonna appear like post-endgame, I'll probably be a bit depressed, but aside from that, we should be good. Rate plus 50. Ah, yes. This skill, like, bruh, this skill has a low, like the combined rate and delay of this skill is actually lower than her basic attack. Like, what the fuck? It's actually lower. Like 30 rate, 50 delay. 50, oh, hero skill just 50 delay. Yeah, no, it's like, no, this is the thing. Like, I don't. Her skills in general are like very, very spicy. Like, just it all being like this is like, holy shit. Like, in comparison to a lot of characters, it's very, very spicy. It's best when she generates enough brave for herself to spam the skill. Yeah, some characters really are just like self-sustaining when it comes to brave. It's great. Like one thing that I really liked that this game did, which was kind of interesting, was that they actually caused like attacks with multi-hit to generate so much more brave that like you kind of do have an incentive to use multi-hit attacks. Like, one thing I find with a lot of games is that like when it comes to multi-hit attacks, there's not really much value to the concept of a multi-hit attack. Like at most, like a lot of games, the way even when they do a multi-hit attack, it's just they take the output damage divided by the number of hits and they just show you that number. Or it's just like more hits, more chance to crit, but also more chance to get your damage reduced. Well, what I like with this is like, yeah, like for her, like for Achilles, it's like multi-hit actually makes them so viable for generating brave. That like multi-hit in this game actually has an entire, extra dimension to it. That's very spicy. Need the plus 1000 damage item. Wait, there's an item that can do that? Plus 1000 damage. That's a thing?
視認しました。これより殲滅活動を開始します。神様は言いました。サーチ&デストロイと。あなた方が私の敵ですね。神様の意志に逆らう者は
14 times. Yeah, her hero skill is very, very spicy.
この敵に完全勝利する方法を
Wait,
私に
20?
お与えください。
Bro, isn't that like 20k guaranteed damage if that's the case? Holy shit.
何をしているんでしょうか。誰かと話しているみたいですけど。
Oh, that's very spicy. Wait, how do I even get that item? That sounds like a very spicy item that I would even be able to get in the first place. Like, it's definitely not one of the challenge items, it seems like, unless it's like from a specific, like, mission battle. Magoroku story. Ah, okay, so we need to somehow get Magoroku first. That sounds like a very spicy item. I would actually want to see that. Though, I really wonder how the Achilles battle in this is going to go. Like, the Achilles battle in the Achilles battle in Gold was surprisingly easy once you figure out what to do, but like, I'm not sure how it will be in this. That might be interesting if it's actually like more challenging. I could heal her one more time, but this might be enough. Alright. Had more personality than 5G router. Oh, what are you talking about? She does the funny like Hail God, right? Hail Mary thing, right? That's all she does. That's her character, right? She speaks to the funny, heavenly person who touches you in your dreams, you know? Clearly, there's a lot of personality. Oh yeah, her character design is pretty nice, I have to say. You know, that's why she's on the lobby screen. Yeah, if I recall, the wings it's not as obvious like in the character art like this, because you know it doesn't move. But like according to the game's actual lore, the wings are supposed to move as well, which probably would be quite nice to see. Oh, it's a shame that they don't move in this. Actually, no, why did I put Kamehameha there? I'm a fucking idiot. I should just restart the battle now, before I actually started. Like, yeah, they only fire straight, so there's no point in putting Kamehameha there. Although it does feel weird seeing her as a sword character here, because like she did get changed into an archer for... She did get changed into an archer for, you know, Gold. I don't know why they did that, but she became an archer. She's at best mediocre. Oh, wait, she was only mediocre in this? Oh, that's very unfortunate. Although, I guess in a sense, at least she gets justice in Gold. Because in Gold, she's like fucking top tier. Like, her high crit was so sick. Like, I think she was one of the few archers that I would actually willingly bring into a battle just because her crit was so high. Yeah, because like the crit values work differently between this and Gold, but like the main thing was more just that her crit could get so ridiculously high that you would basically have a character with like... I think here crit is based on class. Oh, it is? Huh. Nah, that would make it a bit confusing as well, huh? Like one thing with Conquest that I'm feeling so far is like, it's very hard to tell the crit rate of characters in this. Like, the only thing that I've managed to figure out about crit so far is just that 1 point of crit is equivalent to Well, as in one level of crit is equivalent to 10% crit rate, right? Like, I think so far that's the only thing I've managed to understand about how crit rate works in this. Yeah, one level is 10%. Yeah, it's like if that logic actually held in gold, you would pretty much have like Jean d'Arc with gear being at like 150% crit all the time. Well, I mean 7 and 1 look pretty similar. Clearly a mistake that couldn't be helped. Advance. There we go. Do I want to believe that she can actually do like 1k damage? I don't think she can. I feel like this might be a waste, but I feel like this might be the best way to do it. Right, 1.6. 2 times is 1.6, which means that it would have been 800 if she had not used the skill. Yeah, fair enough. Rifle shot. I need to move her down. But yeah, it's like her crit. Like not only was she great at generating brave, but like she was also one of your most reliable ways to cancel skills as well. It's like it would probably be her and I think Cambrius. Was it Cambrius? I don't know how you pronounce it, but like the Egyptian cat. Like between the two of them, you could pretty much cancel almost any attack that will come your way. Because like Cambrius does it through having a skill that actually cancels a charge. Whereas like Jean is just like, haha, I shoot and I crit. And she had the bow skill that hits like an entire row as well. So Cambyses? Yeah, her. Like that one, the cat one. Like I don't know if her skills are different in this, but yeah. Yeah, the random crit in this makes it a bit tougher. Although, like on the one hand, I guess some characters also have, yeah, like there's that interrupt that costs 2. And there are also skills that basically increase the crit rate. They have higher crit rate, right? Like the crit rate is great, but like it just feels like it's actually I don't know like how different in the stability would be. And welcome back, Frozy. 50% on one, 100% on the other. That in and of itself sounds very broken. Like the fact that she's the only, I don't understand why this game does not explain the increased crit rate more the way they do for Goemon. Like Goemon has like plus 50%, plus 100%, but for most characters it just says increased rate, but like I don't know how high increased is either. It would be nice to know, to be honest. No, I have not heard about the mods yet. Oh, is it a new class? New dungeon? New memes? Are we gonna get someone planking? Like planking this mask? Or what's new today? I mean nowadays in terms of memes. Like what's the new funny all new meme that people do? Like there's already the dab in game. There's already a T pose. There's a single dude. I see. Oh, friends enemy mod. I guess that means no meimeis this time, huh?
この地に流された時、神様は言いました。
Although enemy mod sounds pretty cool.
私が生涯
I
使
don't
え
really
る
like
べき主。
enemy mods always feel like it's always a very like hit or miss. It's either they end up very good or they just end up like a bit too unbalanced. You know, kind of like the red battles.
力強い手が引き上げました。それがあなたなのです。私が
No
使
memes, no
えるべき
enemy.
主
Aw.
がついに現れたのです。お兄様は
Although I can't think of any like recent meimeis that will actually be good for the
神
game
様は言いました。言い間違い
that
な
has not already been done.
随分と適当な神様なんですね。今より私はジパングの王に一生付き従います。どうか
Well, at least they joined the party pretty quick though. It's not like we actually had to conquer the entire land for them to join. Which makes it kind of convenient since at least this ensures that I actually have people who can help defend against like Macedonia
当然の行いです。
while we like deal with this problem
許してもらえるまで改める
of having to like
つもりは
conquer
あります。
Australia at the same time.
では
She really looks very cute. Like I can't. Man,
ありがとうございます。これで神様の導きに従うことができました。
although the cross in her eyes are a bit funny, but aside from
まだ
that,
神明をとして使える
overall,
所属
it's very nice. Why does it feel a little different though? I mean, she had personality. Her personality has been sacrificed to God.
そうでしたか。神様は言い
What
ま
was
し
that?
た。ジャンヌは腹ペコだと。
Oh, I could have sworn I heard a sound that sounded like dial-up internet for a second.
よろしくお願いします。
You heard it, right? Okay, so it wasn't just me, it was actually the game. That was John's personality.
晩ご
あ
飯まだですか？
Yeah, slowly reading it from like the year 1990s, right? That's why she has none. You know, she's trying to like load her personality using dial-up. Unfortunately, that doesn't work too well, I guess. No, yeah, I guess her art style didn't really change much with Gold, huh? Looking at it now. Like between Gold and now, her art is pretty much the same here. Okay. Well, I still find it interesting that like only very specific characters got their art like changed between this and Gold. Like I think Arthur's art isn't even different, so it's not like the main characters are getting art that is revamped. Like Arthur and Himiko look the same in this as they do in Gold. Yet the just specific characters like, you know, wait, is there a second battle? This feels like there's a second battle. And this specific characters like oh, Nobunaga is the same. Like Abe is Seimei is different. Lancelot is different. Cambris, oh yeah, Cambris. I heard that she would look very different, but I have not seen hers yet. Yeah, it's strange why specific characters just get like revamped, and others are just completely the same. His change is probably the biggest though, I have to say. The main character really changes the most out of all the characters. I mean, from a plot perspective, it probably makes sense, but at the same time, it just feels very, very weird. He is a Chad in this game compared to the first game, like very, very mega Chad compared to Gold. Like with this game, right? I can see why all of them actually kind of like him. You know, like it makes more sense compared to when I play Gold. Some of the time, I don't understand why they actually fall for him, because like he doesn't do as much as a protagonist in gold. So sometimes it just feels like a bit lacking. How the fuck did I get Lubu this high? Like, she's at 3k now and she's actually the highest in the entire lineup. Like, what the fuck did I do and when did I do that? Like, I'm supposed to have been the one to level her and I'm confused. Don't make mistakes in heat of passion. No, the thing is, you see, the thing is, right? I don't know, her personality is really quite funny in a nice way. Like, the way her, you know, the way that her interaction changes between like talking to everyone else and talking to her two friends, it's like, it's kind of funny. I really like it. That and, I don't know, in Gold at least, she was really quite a very spicy DPS, which was part of the reason why I just like, without thinking, I was like, yeah, I should probably level her, because it would pay off probably at some point. Like, I don't know if her skills are any different is the thing, but like her ultimate skill, her heroic skill in Gold, paired together with Sun Tzu's double damage ability, is basically capable of one-shotting almost anything that isn't a heroic spirit. Heroic spirit? Fuck, not a heroic spirit. What's the word for it? Like, as long anything that isn't like the final boss or like Achilles or something like that, she can one-shot. It was on that level. Like, Peerless Duo G on crit doing like 15k to like 30k damage at endgame. It's like, if they're in the final boss, they're going down. Like the battle with Napoleon and like the anything with like any battle with like more like the final battle in the EU against Napoleon for me using like Lubu was just like, Lubu just one-shots Napoleon, even though Napoleon was above cap. It's just like, yeah, sure, one-shot. And the best part is that her one-shot hits three spaces, so you basically can kill 3 people with a single hit if the crits line up in your favor. In your gears, right? Yeah. No, Sun Tzu sucks in both games. The thing is, Sun Tzu herself does not do much. The only difference is that in Gold, she had one ability which basically doubles the damage of the next person that casts a skill. Yeah, it's the same. Like, Sun Tzu's only use, for me at least, when I played Gold, was basically for that one buff. She would cast that buff, and the person she cast the buff on would one-shot like 2 to 3 people, and then that was her only thing she would do. He was just legit just randomly buff adjacent heroes. Oh, that sounds very depressing. Wait, did he change her skills that much? Like, I know the first skill she starts with is definitely different. Like, here she starts with that attack buff, which is very, very mediocre. But, basically in Gold, you would basically start with Encourage instead. And Courage was a very spicy skill, like 10 out of 10, like that skill be bussin'. It's minus 1 attack everyone from her. Yeah, it's okay, because like her defense is technically high enough for her to tank, although I wouldn't normally put her in the first row either. Maybe the second row. But still, yeah, she makes for a very good tank. Maybe I shouldn't put Lubu, she's already tough enough. Put in someone else to actually get stats, because like everyone else is very unleveled compared to her. Good Brave Bait, yeah. And she used to have, I mean, if she actually had that one skill, and if she actually had encourage in this game, then at least she would have like one very good thing going for her. But like, yeah, instead of encourage, she has this, which is a bit sus. I don't know if that means that she doesn't get encouraged at all. But if she doesn't, that's kind of unfortunate. It's not Caesar's. Is Caesar's that bad? To be fair, like even in the original, in Gold, like Caesar wasn't that good. In my opinion at least. Like Caesar in Gold was basically just like very big tank. Like I only use her as a tank for the most part, but she is very tanky, she just has no damage. Just randomly buff or debuff everyone. Oh, that sounds so weird. Yeah, this is a very weird hero skill. Oh, but at least with Caesar and Wall, you kind of get lewder like base art, right? Oh, and Light Emperor, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, wait, this might be a problem, wouldn't it? Like, didn't Caesar have her booba out and Wall? Or did she actually have proper clothes? I'm actually kind of worried now, like Caesar, Eiyu, Senki, Wall. Did she have her booba out? Like, I'm actually kind of worried. I remember they were saying like there were 3 characters who had like base art that was not safe for work. Like in Gold, they changed her art style completely, so she was safe for work, but I'm not sure about this one. It's kinda. Yeah, but like, my main worry is more of like, what if they actually forgot? What if they did though? Like, my faith in them is just slowly decreasing to the point that like, even for the normal sprite, I'm actually worried now. I mean, if they could forget an entire cutscene as well, like anything could happen, right? Well, I can't tell, I'm just getting too paranoid or what, but yeah. True. With the number of CG, I guess it would make sense if they let one slide. You see, the thing is, there isn't too much to see, but Twitch being Twitch, you know. Yeah, fair enough. Now all that's left is to somehow get a hold of some of the figures from the game, right? Like the, I think there was actually a Vlad figure as well. Oh, I really wish there were actually more figures for this game. Is it Alexander figure? I mean, there might be. Was it announced recently? Like, I know there's a few figures, but the only thing is I don't remember which are all the figures. I think it's somewhat recent. Well, that's good to hear. At least they're still making figures for the game, so there is a possibility that we might get more in the future. It would be nice to get one for Carmen at some point. Oh man. Why did I even go to their website? Like, going to their website just reminds me of the mobile game. You know, I feel sad again.
てもの慰めに応えてやろう。さっさと言うといい。
We're pretty single player. Yeah, well, I mean, they did announce that it's gonna come out. I'm just hoping that, like, when it does come out, that they actually, like, make it more, you know, enjoyable for, like, single player. Because, you know, like the main problem I have, which I think I mentioned a bit before, was just that, like, by virtue of the fact that the original game was a more online gacha game, it's like, you end up with the problem where, like, the start of the game is really very, very easy. Like every other gacha game, basically to, like, ease people into the game and to, like, basically give them the sense of empowerment from being successful in the game at the start. So, like, the story itself was okay, but, like, the battles were very, very easy, which made it a bit boring at times. Oh wait, there's a battle and I forgot that there was... Of course we go back. Okay, wait, spear, sword. 4 spears. Spears are... Sanzo can deal with the spears. Who was good against spears? Cannon? Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, I really hope that they do it justice, you know, make the game more able to stand as a single player title as well, since they're actually gonna take time to turn it into a single player title to begin with. Just like, because like the high difficulty content is fine. The I think I'll put a break before I continue. But not Nobu Benkei. Those Benkei can hit. Galen. Let's see. Goemon? That's not enough stats. I guess we can even say maybe. Sure? Is John is fine HP. Like, everyone's fine HP wise. But yeah, I really would love to see it come out soon. Because the longer they take to do it, the more it makes me feel like this is an expectation that comes up inside of me that they're actually gonna do something with it to make it even better, even though they probably wouldn't, but one can hope. The what now? What? Another Eiyu Senki. Oh, some YouTube account that uploads WWE videos. Ah. Another Eiyu Senki. Yeah, I really wish they would just make a new Eiyu Senki instead, you know? Like, instead of just like another mobile title, if they made another full title Eiyu Senki, that would be great. It's almost some very recently. Is it in English or the Japanese one? Because I don't know if the channel is called Game Test. That makes it sound kind of sus. Like that actually makes it sound like, you know, Game Test. Got it. 直後の、における教区様に新たなるお伺いを立ちしまったところ、本当にありがとうことで金村さん現在公開中の動画は制限に間がなってもそのままでいい。いくつかの完全な事情を避けたものが公開の練習ではなくて、あくまでも doing. We're gonna call that something else. 全年齢版 Eiyu Senki W すべての動画となります。18P に比べるとアショーカーをはじめとした状態の一緒が少し簡単になっております。PC 版の動画は PC 版 PC? There was I mean, you could technically play the game on the PC, but I don't know if I would consider it a PC version of the game. It's the only thing. Like, because I'm reading the channel description now, and it's just a case of like main story event はすべてゲーム内のアルバムのものになります。戦闘シーンおよびそのサインの会話はありません。Okay, so from what I can understand, most of this is basically like footage of, well, obviously the game itself. It's mostly like, as you can see, cutscenes from the game for the most part, for all the different like character stories, events and whatnot. So the thing is, according to the about section of the channel, like after the end of service of the game was announced, what this person did was that he basically like he checked, or whoever owns this channel actually like checked with the production team of the game to see if he could upload like videos of all these cutscenes. It's basically cutscenes from the original mobile/PC game, albeit being the all ages version for obvious reasons. So basically you're not going to see Ashoka's tits in any of the videos. But basically these are the cutscenes if you ever wanted to like, as a player of the game, if you ever wanted to like relive or like look through. Yeah, it's like he says, it's events from the gacha game, like Alucard says. All ages and in JP, yeah, pretty much. It's basically just the events from the game being uploaded onto YouTube so that people who want to see it, you know, can see it. Pretty much just that. So, yeah, you know, if you wanted to see the events, voila. It's not the new upcoming version of the game at the very least, nor is it like a hint of the game still existing. It's just more a case of like, this guy probably either like saved it beforehand or saved it up after, who knows, it's like hard to say, but like he probably like had a recording of like quite a few of the events and he's just uploading them now post the game's death for people to look through. Although I don't know, I don't like the way it was phrased a little. Like, from I think one of the things he said is that like, from Tenco's perspective, what he's doing is basically not so much, according to his like correspondence with the production team, it's not so much that they are allowing him to do this, it's more so like they are willing to look the other way while he does this. I guess it's more just because like, you know, he even states in the actual description of the channel that he does not know if and when this channel will get taken down. Like, this is just attempting for him to upload these videos, because it's like, technically he's not doing this with the blessings of the company. They have pretty much just told him, we will pretend we don't know what you're doing, so go ahead and do it. It's a very iffy thing, although it's something I would have come to expect of like Japanese game companies at this point. I might sound cynical for saying that, but like, some of them are really not the most forward thinking, you know. Why did I walk forward? I didn't have to walk forward there. Yeah, I guess the channel name is either him just like using that because he doesn't know what to use, or he just doing this with the expectation that it might go down, therefore I shan't keep my hopes up. Oh, the art. It's so nostalgic. So nostalgic. Okay, I should stop looking. Like there's like just seeing the swimsuit Himiko again after all this time, it's like, oh, nostalgia. It's like, oh, the New Year's trick. Man, he really uploaded a lot of events, didn't he? Holy shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean the title of the channel itself is very weird, but it's like looking at all of his older videos, it's really just like this dude who like really played through all high difficulty content in the game as far as he could, and like using different teams to try and like beat it. It's kind of interesting. Like it's kind of a shame that like he doesn't have more views. Like it's like when I scroll all the way down, it's really just a case of like it's all like gameplay videos, and I guess like after the game died, then he just swapped to like uploading all of the actual like game, you know, cutscenes instead. Oh yeah, well at least you'll probably get a chance to play the game once the offline version comes out. At the very least, the game is sure to come out, I think, I hope. The only thing is I'm just wondering how much they're gonna change it before re-releasing it. It's not just Japanese. Yeah, this is the biggest worry, isn't it? I mean, we already know that like there was, or at least there was definitely an English version that came out at some point. The only problem is like, you know, whether or not there might actually be a release of it in English as well, I guess. Because they probably have the resources, it's just a matter of whether or not they want to do it, I suppose. Oh? It was? Well, with how recent it was, if the translation quality was not up to par, I'll be very disappointed. Like this game and Gold being bad, it's like, yeah, it was released a long while ago, so it's like, well, I'm willing to like pretend that maybe like people were just more incapable back then. They probably like outsourced it to some country where English isn't even the first language and asked them to make an English translation, you know. You know, like I've seen enough of that before as well. Like I have seen Japanese companies that literally just like outsource the translation to English to Vietnam or something. Like I know people from Vietnam who are like very capable in all three languages. Like I have worked with localizers from there before as well, but like you don't expect them to do like you know, a British or like American levels of English translation. But like because it's a lot cheaper, sometimes they go there and then end up being bad. Like, you know, with modern games, I don't expect this. Although yeah, it actually having good quality translation is very nice to hear. That was actually kind of funny, but like this line was actually kind of funny because like she just called she didn't actually say it was no use, more so than calling the god useless, but very spicy. Yeah, just start learning Japanese, then use it to like do part-time jobs. You'll earn way more, maybe. I don't know about over there, but like back home where I came from, it's like Japanese companies used to pay so much more for part-time translation jobs. It's great. Like, recommendations? You mean what, for learning? Like, it depends, I guess, like what you want to learn. I would recommend, if you want to get your grammar down right, like if you actually want to be proficient enough to find employment and use Japanese, to go to a place that teaches Japanese to at least learn the basic grammar. If not, anything online will be fine. You just like take the hiragana and katakana chart off of anywhere. You just memorize those, and then you just like learn off of like normal media. Maybe like Duolingo if you really need a assistant like tool to learn like vocabulary. But like if you ask me how I learned it, like for me, I literally like it sounds like a very weird thing to say, I know, but like I learned it legit through anime and manga as well. The only thing that was not through that was hiragana and katakana. I spent like 2 to 3 months, 2 months trying to memorize that. Then basically the other way I learned was basically through the JLPT books. Reading wise, yeah, you would want to definitely learn like hiragana and katakana because that's like the most basic of basics. Like, and then if you have the knowledge of those, you can kind of like in books over time, like especially for easier books, they tend to like use furigana, which is basically just they'll give you the kanji, which is the Chinese moon rune, and then they'll put the hiragana at the side, so you can kind of learn and pick it up from there. So I would recommend learning hiragana and katakana first. Depending on how weak you are, you may already be able to like on listening to something already know what it says. As in like you may already be able to like more or less understand somewhat what the line means. in that case, learning hiragana and katakana would help a lot, because you can basically read out the line and you'll probably pick it up yourself as well.
さあこの部屋から出てください。この方は神
Then,
様が教えてくれた王なのですから。
The JLPT would be a good way to...
世は世
not
の
JLPT.
矜持を守る
The
ために
JLPT is
王
the
の
test that you would take. You
奴
don't
は
have to
罪
take the
人で
test.
ないにもかかわらず
Books that
血を飲ませたのだ。
help you to prepare for that test would be a good way to learn as well. Like
世はその借りを返さなければならぬ。おいそれと離れるわけにはいかぬのだ。
Let me,
命を
I
狙
mean,
っ
like,
ているので
if
す
you
が。
want books that might
ま
work,
すます近づけるわけにはいきません。
this might be a
ど
good,
こぞと更新するふりをして
very like
電波娘の言うことなど
basic,
知ったことか。
more basic, but a very beginner-friendly book would be this one, I think.
私の神様が侮辱したのです。神様は言いました。あなた
I
に
love
ニ
her
ンニクの
sims. I
吸い
really
す
love
ぎ
her
を
sims
食べ
with
さ
flat
せよう
though.
と。
Yeah, that book series might be a good one to start with.
世の力でねじ伏せ拷問にかけ何時の更新か自作自演だと暴いてくれる。
Then, if you want something a bit more complicated, oh, I'm not really complicated. Like the one I really used a lot was I don't even know if this book has N4 and N5. Basically, you will want to look at N5 books first, and then N4. If you can find an online copy, it'll be even better. Personal preference? There's many things on Discord. It's a sure thing. Although that one is beginner friendly, but the one that I used the most was this one, Kanzen Master, which basically it's a bit less beginner friendly, but it drills the reader a lot harder. These books are good if you're willing to pay a bit. If not, Duolingo or something. I don't know. I've never used an app before because like back then these apps didn't exist, so I didn't really get a chance to like use them and figure out how good they actually are. Well, although for me, I guess it was a bit of, you know, both. Like I used that book, and on top of the book, instead of just using the app or the book on its own, what's more important is to have something that can incentivize you to put what you learn into practice while learning it. Like for me, it's like while I was learning Japanese, I was also reading like Shonen Jump mangas in Japanese. So like Shonen Jump mangas are very good for beginners because like one good thing about those is like series like Naruto, One Piece, they are very very kid friendly, and because they are kid friendly, they're also very good for like adults, foreigners trying to pick up the language to like learn to read, because they use a lot of very simple Japanese and a lot of hiragana. So one series I used a lot back then was actually To Love Rule. It's as weird as that is, cause like yeah, I know To Love Rule, not very family friendly, but it's a series which uses a lot of furigana and simple Japanese. So it's by virtue of its rather slice of life setting, somewhat slice of life setting, and the fact that, you know, they have a lot of furigana for the kanji, you can actually pick it up a bit easier. And on top of that, you actually get rewarded because every chapter you get tips in the thing, because like that's not censored for some reason. You know, it's considered all ages and it's not censored. So you get to learn to read, you get rewarded with tips. What's, you know, as a young man back then, you know, what's to complain? You get to learn and you get rewarded for learning, you know? It's an easy way to practice as well. Because yeah, I would say that using these forms of mediums are not very good if you plan to like become competent enough to work there. But as someone, if you're just a hobbyist who wants to use it to be able to read like certain stuff for research, it's quite useful. Like, you really would be able to pick up quite a bit of that stuff at the very least. Or at the very least, that's what worked for me. I don't know if it worked for others, but suffice to say, it did for me, enough for me to get employed there. Well, although I do regret doing that a little, truth be told. Because it really did, like, fuck up my grammar. So for the longest of times, I had to struggle to re-pick up grammar, cause like... you know. Uh-oh, wait. I don't know if this is gonna be dangerous, but like, let me, just in case, I'll just be prepared to like, turn off the screen. It should be safe, I think. It should be safe, right? Sticking with this version of the game now, I'm very, very paranoid. And here's the thing, with the learning apps, I really don't know how effective they are. I know people who do really well using them. Okay. And then I can rest easy. Like when the screen faded to black, I just get very paranoid now. Like something in me just gets triggered. Okay, many ways to learn the language. Mine was a bit weird. I'll admit it wasn't the best way, because you will fuck up your grammar learning in this way, but it doesn't really matter too much if you're just using it to read and listen. Because when you read and listen, it's easy to pick up what's happening, even with the grammar fucked up. Because you don't have to create the sentences yourself, and that's because that's where the problem comes in terms of grammar. But yeah, like, having something to practice it with is probably the best way to learn. Like for me, the way I really learned was that, like, instead of just like doing this lesson-ish things, I would like force myself to read in Japanese or listen in Japanese as much as possible. So in terms of anime, I started to watch it without subs. When I started to read light novels, I bought the Japanese light novels. Same for manga. I just swapped everything as far as possible to force myself to like learn and pick up. Yeah, it's very possible too. Although if you manage to do it for English, it's actually quite impressive. Yeah, I don't know either. My assumption is simply just that, like, going to a school to learn the basics would probably drill the basics better. That's about all. Cause like, I don't have that experience to say so either. It's just my assumption that a school would teach it better than like me trying to learn it on my own. Well, at least one thing about this game, or at least the translation for Wall, that I kind of like a bit more than Gold. Banking Impact. Can you only imagine if that one game really was called that? I think most of the players would actually get jailed at that point. Although I really like how, like, in this game they actually translate the English as is, you know, like when she says victory, they actually translate it as victory. You know, it's not like gold, where like Perry would say one thing in English and they would translate it to something else. You know, she'll be like, "Thank you, des," and they'll be like, "Thank you very much," and I'll be like, "Yeah." It's a very sure, very nice translation. this is where she dies.
死ぬかと思いました。
ごめんごめん。
ここはですね、りょうちゃんの得意な分野で人形像が襲ってくる罠がありますから、じゃあ弁慶が押しちゃうね。
This is a surprisingly long cutscene
りょ
though.
うちゃんの2人いるですあれ何も出てこないよ。よかった壊れてたですよ。
このレバーの間違いじゃない？暴れられるのなら当てにさせてもらうよ。
それは違います。この罠は何なのかな。岩ならまた弁慶が壊しちゃうよ。違います。あの罠は鉄砲水です。全員遺跡から脱出してください。
はあ、ひどい目にあったね。さすがの呂布姉さんも驚いたよ。
誰のせいだと思っているのですか。りょうちゃんが人の話を聞かないせいですよ。この日のために備えてきたのに、ほぼ10割罠に引っかかったじゃないですか。
そうだね。どんまい。
最たる原因が言わないでください。そう考えるしかありませんね。はあ、軍師の直れです。りょうちゃんも気をつけてください。
はいはい、次は気をつけるよ。
面白かった。
武器の扱いは任せときな。
Needle Rush. The base skills all feel very different though. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like they all like get more generic skills for the first skills rather than what they did in Gold, where like certain characters have like even their first skill that they get is kind of semi-unique. It was like Nobunaga and Cook have the same first skill, which is Snipe, and then now it's like for her it's this Needle Rush as well. Yeah, I guess that's one thing that they actually did change quite a bit for Gold. Because like I got so confused when I saw like Nobunaga's first skill, cause in Gold she basically gets a skill that can hit like an entire row of enemies at one shot at 2 costs instead of Snipe. Like the attack power was lower I believe, but instead of Snipe it was basically just like I think 2 forward or 3 forward with a area of like 3. So you got a very spicy like AoE skill at the start of the game instead. Okay, how many characters do I have left? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would need at least 4 on defense, so...
私ですか？
構わないよ。
わかりました。
This lives 6, okay. Should be fine.
ジパング兵の皆さん、整列してください。今日はゲーム形式で訓練を行うのですよ。所定の装備は身につけましたか？
I don't know why something about Sun Tzu as well was really, I don't know, she kind of felt really cute to me as well at times. Especially the way she like calls, the name she uses to refer to herself as well as Lubu and Qingsuhuang really felt quite cute, I have to say.
正確に実行する者がいなければ総合力の低下は避けられないのです。己を知れば百戦危うからず兵法を学び、十分に活用できればどんな敵が相手でも怖くありません。
Like that's one thing that feels like it gets lost a lot in translation, like the way that they refer to themselves or to others is one thing that there is no real like English like equivalent of how they would refer to each other, so it just ends up being like me or you. Like she refers to herself a lot, like refers to herself a lot as like either sensei or as like Son-chan sensei, which is like, with her voice it sounds really cute when she says it, but it's like in English it just becomes like, if you have me by your side, you'll be fine, you know. It all just becomes like I or me. Wow, it just feels more cute, you know? No, although I guess in the case of Jean, it doesn't really help much with her personality to give her more depth. Unfortunately. Yeah, Watashi is like, it's like Watashi but more formal basically. Like you typically wouldn't use Watashi unless you were like in a business setting, in which case it's still like semi-common. Which I guess for a character like her it kind of makes sense. It's even tagged on DNDB for that. Wait, there are actually tags for it? Oh, I did not see that. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Did actually say that? Role based on a real person. Magician. Subject of teasing. Ah yes, of course. Yeah, she really calls herself that a lot. It's really quite cute. Especially when she does like the Son-chan sensei, where she just basically like dumps all of the additional text on the back of her name. Oh, I didn't know like they actually had this. I guess I don't visit DNDB enough. This is actually kind of cool. What's this button? Show serpent traits. What's this? She really is just the subject of teasing, huh? I guess her DNDB tag was really right. Does she get her second skill from this though? Well, I guess we can probably like do like Macedon after this, right? Like we kind of defense up. Oh, that sounds so shit. Like she gets attack up and defense up, but like, oh, that's really very shit, isn't it? Like, oh, that's so bad. Like the thing is, the attack up is also a very small number. Like, it's just 1, which I guess is not completely. I mean, with the AOE, it's not completely horrible, but it does feel very mediocre. Like, it really does feel like compared to her. It's just like comparatively, it's a lot weaker here. The skills that she has. If nothing, let's go. then one attack is around 5% damage. If it's only 5%, that's very low. Like, it sounds very low if it's just 5%. Like, I don't know. Because like for luck, one level of luck, right? Like the impact of that is quite big. Like 10% per level of luck. It's like holy shit. It's a pretty big increase, but 10% damage? Well, I mean, if it's 10% damage, it's okay, I guess. It's just a matter of like, you know, if I have to take 2 costs to increase my damage of like multiple currencies by 10%, is it worth it? I really don't know. It feels like maybe not. All I know is that compared to Encourage, I would take Encourage any day of the week. But like, having double damage and having the damage stat be dependent on the attackers is more like effective in a sense. Yeah, it's more dependent on your attack / enemy defense, true. And this is the thing, it feels very mediocre. You know, like I guess it could be good maybe depending on the situation, but it's what it just feels like. 7-5.
死にたいやつはドイツだ。そうだよ。みんなで頑張る。
But yeah, it's like I don't know, like as much as I like the character, it's like it feels tough to it might be quite tough to use her in this. Like I can't think of a situation I would want to. I guess it's the main problem.
お仕置きの時間ですよ。頑張りましょう。でなければ即死だった。やるぞ。王のために。
よし。
Basically, in damage from another part, for stats is attack plus 10 minus defense. Oh wait, you managed to find the formula? Attack plus 10 minus defense. Plus 10 minus defense. I mean, that makes it sound like... Oh, that makes it sound like a +1 isn't as impactful as it ought to be, right? If that's the case, because like... a +1 would mean like you would go from like for example, maybe like, you know, if your base attack was 5, you go from a 15 to a 16, but like as like when you think about it as a percentage of how much would your attack increase, it doesn't feel like a lot. Okay. What's there for stats? Times base damage power. Times base damage times power times multiplier bonus times type bonus plus damage bonus. Power is attack multiplier. Wait, so attack as a stat is counted twice? Is that what you mean? Like attack is counted, the attack value itself is counted once, and then the attack value is used for a multiplier calculation as well? Is that right, or am I like misunderstanding it? It's just using the first part. I see. Wait, then what is the power? It's attacks multiplier, right? What is that one? That was the one that was confusing me, kinda.
うちの番ですな。お頼み申します。
This is all the party thing. As in explain. Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's just me not understanding what attacks multiplier means for the power segment. Unless it's like some multiplier that I'm not thinking of. That is just not connecting in my brain right now. It's like, oh, that one. Oh, okay, I got you. This one, right? You meant this. Ah, okay, so you did mean that. Okay. My bad. Yeah, my brain did not make that connection. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense then. But yeah, I guess in that case, it really does make it feel like, you know, an increase in one attack would not be a very impactful overall, would it? Because like, since there's already a base plus 10 to the attack stat, that means that it is for sure gonna be less than a 10% increase from having your attack stat go up by 1. Right? If your attack is low or enemy defense is high, then it matters more. That's true. Yeah, basically, in those are the situations where, like, by virtue of how small the numbers are, technically you're getting a bigger percentage increase as you increase the gap, right? Like, the smaller the gap between you and them, the more value it has. Yeah. Like, in terms of like a percentage increase, the smaller the gap, the more worthwhile this is. Ah, yeah, that's very situational though. It's better to put attack items on low attack people. I guess so, huh? Kinda. Like, you would probably want like crit items on high attack people. Like, instead of giving her this, I should just give her like the amethyst. Like, this would be better for high DPS characters in a sense, cause like, since they already have a big gap, trying to get them to crit more consistently would make more sense, I suppose. Okay, what was this again? This was 3 spears and a sword, right? 3 spears and a sword. And 1% crit is about 1% damage. Yeah, and it's like critting more just means that overall your damage output will be higher as well, so in a sense that would be quite big to have. I could not Alexander, go beyond. We could try doing this one, then maybe we could finish off like the entirety of Macedon before end today. One attack is 10% damage if your attack is equal to enemy defense. Yeah, so basically, in a situation like this where her attack is 8 and their defense is 9, it would actually be better for me to have higher attack, right? Oh, that's actually kind of a clever formula, I guess, in a sense. Like, it kind of curbs the damage boost against low defense enemies while giving you an edge and like overcoming high defense enemies as well. Huh. Interesting. No, okay, I guess in this case we actually want like high defense. I mean high attack. If that's the case. Because those guys are having like 8 to 9 defense, so this would actually be better, yeah. It's the base damage thing. Oh, and that one, yeah. Yeah, it makes it like... I don't find a formula for it, just some specific values. It feels like there ought to be a formula somewhere, maybe, just that we can't really see it. Because like, clearly something, there is like a level of calculation going on there. It's just a matter of what that calculation is. Yuki just has some values. Ah. If you also having question marks next to them. Yeah, if only there was a way to like actually figure it out. That would be pretty nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. 6 defense. Plus 1, minus 2. Plus 1, minus 2. Let me type it out. Oh, I could search it as well. That'd be better. Yeah. Maybe something like this will work. Which basically just means like Eiyu Senki damage calculation. Or damage formula rather. Bro, what the fuck was that? Yeah, 1.5k crit, why not? Well, I guess with like fucking a stack of 5,000 this week. A stack of 5,000? Wait, did they actually scale up? They did scale up, didn't they? Okay, they did scale up. Okay. That's just gonna be a problem. Do I even want to do this battle? Is there even a value in me like trying this battle? I feel like I should just be going straight for Alexandria instead. Thank you. Then we get the liner. Are they chemical? No, Cleve will be able to hit regardless, so no matter where I put her, Cleve will be able to hit her. Right? If I put in the back, no one would be able to hit them from the back, so... We can do this. Is this battle even gonna be doable? The defense up. Or maybe Alexandria for fast conquest. Is there any value in me doing Gordion though? Or should I just go to Alexandria straight away for the fast conquest? Cause like this battle feels rough, and it's like if I get this land anyway, it really feels like I'm just wasting time if I'm trying to do it. It's the only thing now. Because like yeah, what you said makes sense. Like Alexandria for fast conquest, like going here seems like it will make the most sense. Which is why I don't know why they left this open. Like it makes it feel like they want me to do something about it, but I don't know what. There's no point going there. Great. I guess we just go straight for the excellent. It's like they need reasons. I thought it would be a bait, you know, like they would do it just so that we have a reason to when they let you attack Russia right off the bat. Fair enough. Like I would have thought they would have at least given some form of reason to make it like, yeah, you know, here's a hard battle, do this, you get rewarded with more troops or something, you know, or like you get rewarded with more money. But it feels like there isn't anything at all with that one. Cleave. Yes. She can cleave everyone, so the battle lineup would be something like this, right? Maybe something like this. I guess? Because Flare Blast can technically hit all three of them as well. And technically Benkei and Sanzo are both effective against their front line. Unless this happens. Why don't we just stop getting damage from more troops? 20k. How much would someone have to play the game to even reach 20k? Holy shit. That's a very spicy distance away, if anything. 20k. Like the amount of grind required. Yeah, so 10k 20, right? That's 500 battles after you've hit cap in order to get there. Like I don't see any like anyone getting to that amount unless it carries forward kinda to your second playthrough. That applies to enemies. Oh, okay. Wait, so that formula applies to the enemies? You can only buy up to 10k. Ah. Yeah, I guess it would affect the enemy more than it will affect you, but like, yeah. It really does feel like... I guess technically it... In gold points, wait, there's actually someone who goes above that number? Wait, someone actually goes above of that? Holy shit. Well, it's nice and all that they actually like bother to, you know, cap it, but holy shit. Let's see what the HP final goal boss had. That's true, fair enough. Spoilers, Shambhala. The what now? Oh. Why do I feel like I'm gonna be in for a world of hurt at some point?
私の出番ですね。
I haven't done all the Shambhala yet. Wait, what is Shambhala? What is that? It just makes it sound like it's just like some high difficulty stage. It's probably gonna haunt my nightmares for a while, if anything. Oh, Pillow Game Dungeon. Well, I guess we are doing that. If I can even clear it at that point. I just realized the brave gain, is it just me or is the brave gain in this a bit lower than in gold as well? Like, if I hit multiple enemies, does it not stack brave more as well? Yeah, that was depressingly low damage that she just did. Like, she's just going all out into trying to ruin my day, isn't she? 165 damage. It's based on damage. Does it? Yeah, but does it not? Is it not also based off the number of enemies hit? Because like, for at the very least, this is because the thing is I'm coming off of Brave's like calculation, right? Then for Brave it was more a case of like, I mean not Brave. I mean I'm coming off of Gold's calculation. And for Gold it was more like, it was typically based off more of the number of hits as well as the number of characters hit. 0 is still 0. Yeah, true. But it's just that I only saw, I could have sworn I only saw the bar move once, which is why I was a bit confused. You know what's one other thing I wish this game did have though? I wish it had a way for me to check who I used the prep on. Like, I can see Sanzo is charging here, but I can't remember who I mean, this is just a problem of me having like goldfish memory as well, but like, I can't for the love of me remember who I actually used Sanzo's skill on. He is, right? Okay. It's only 900. The defense is just really high, in it. Uh-oh. Huh. Oh, that's helpful. It's a good thing they didn't attack Sanzo there. Oi. Heal up. Oh my god. 166. Great damage. Why is the damage this low? 7 to 9. Ah, of course, 9 defense. I do feel like the damage calculation here is a lot harsher as well. Like 7 attack to 9 defense, like the gap in the lack of damage that I'm doing rather really feels a lot more impactful than what I feel like the same thing would have been in Gold. I mean, long story short, everything I say is like, it just feels like this game's battle system feels more well calculated than and thoughtful than Gold's in general, is what I'm trying to say, I suppose. Like, everything just feels like it's a bit slower. The AI is a bit more, takes more things into account before it picks an attack. The formula punishes like not looking at the stats a lot more, and this makes things feel overall like it's a bit more strategic as well. Like, if I have to say, the only thing that feels a little out of place is just the fact that healers heal by percentage HP instead. like every other stat in attack feels like it's very based off of like your actual stats and your troop count. What like healing is the one thing that feels like it's just completely like isolated from this calculation. Which is kind of interesting, but it just feels out of place as well. There we go, we did it! We conquered Macedonia. Then after Macedonia we do... Which would it be better to start with? Should I go India's? Or just straight to Egypt?
これバビロン世界の果てを見た後で先生に逆ハーレムを作ってあげようと先生に私を征服王にしてくれた先生に私は何も返せなくなってしまった悲しいアレキサンダー
India's will be easier. I mean, if that's the case, maybe I should just do the India's first. Like going to Egypt first is just more for me to simp, so if India's is easy, I guess we could go to India's and then Egypt. Anyway, it looks like there's enough gameplay left over after that for me to like want to, you know, still be able to use her for at least like half the game maybe.
情報だけですとひどい話は聞きませんが 驚いただけなので気にしないでください 今日のお昼ご飯も美味しかったですね 失礼します ここがあなたの執務室なんですね 機能的な設計で使いやすく整理させていますね労働環境も整っているわけですね条件が通れば価格の再就職先になりそうですあなたは敗戦国のどうして知っているんですかまだその話はしていないはずなんですけど人の口に戸は立てられませんね 私たちもマケドニアがどうなっているのか気がかりです特にアレキサンダーの打ち込みっぷりがひどくて今は背中を丸め池の声に餌の方をちびちびと投げていてジパングの仲間になれば自国に戻り統治も可能と聞きましたそれをできれば私たちにご許可願えませんでしょうかこれは私の生徒たち マケドニアの者たちの希望なのですご一行していただけますか難航すると思いましたが簡単に許可するんですね
Really miserable indeed, huh? I'm trying to compress it. The base formula is wacky. Compress it? I mean like what? To try and like reduce or increase the multipliers from it? Yeah, it's a very different formula, I guess, in a sense. Like, it feels like a very rubber bandy formula in a sense. But like trying to halve it feels like it would. Yeah.
アレキサンダー復活 も落ち込んではいられないのだ。先生、
Oh,
完
just
成できた
recovered
ぞ。
from the depression.
さあ交渉しよう。
もう終わりましたよ。
なんと、すまん先生、復活に時間がかかりすぎた。
いいんですよ。アレキサンダー、朗報です。私たちはマケド
Max
ニアに
current
戻ります。
20k.
ただし時間のとしてですが
難しいことはわからないが、世界の果てを見るという夢を諦めないでいいのか。
ええ、そうですよ。
先生と遺跡巡りをしてもいいのか。
Yeah, I mean that would be a lot easier of a way to type it as well.
先生に逆ハーレムを作ってやってもいいのか。結婚相手を探すのだ。
何を言ってるの。それはいいの、いらないの。今のは聞かなかったことにしてください。
X if above Y isn't damaged from another 3 times. Yeah, I mean you already have the base one, right? From like, if you pick the max of 0 or the other. Like what was the other one? You have that one. What's that? You would have a second. Yeah, you would really just get a repetition of it thrice in the entire formula, huh?
先生、後ろに隠している本は何だ。
Well, on the bright side, it's just 3 maxes, you know, it could be worse. At least it's not like an entire formula made out of if all 6 statements.
男性とお友達になる100の
そうか、結婚より先にまずは男友達を作るところからだな。大事なことだ。
お返しします。
よろしく。
お世話をかけます。
Act first in battle. Oh, the act first in battle. Sure, why not? What the fuck though? Like, I really do feel like the kind of gear that you get from these like challenge things are really a lot. You get both of these before and India. I see. Oh, Australia. Okay, okay. I guess Australia is more just for the Hawaii one, maybe. It's fine. Although, like, yeah, the effect of this thing is really quite, like, it really does feel like, you know, the effects are a lot more impactful in general. Like, this is a bit meh. This is just like, what the fuck? Act first. Depending on the character, this feels very spicy. This, actually, no, this might be as well. House movement delay. The house movement delay is very, very weird. I mean, like, it might work well on a gunner, but like, aside from a gunner, it's like, no one really feels like they would move around enough for that to have like huge value. Achilles maybe. Oh yeah, maybe Achilles. No, but Achilles has like, she should be more than. Okay, the thing is, I don't know if her target skill is different, right? She's in front of her target skill. Ah, that's true. If she needs to be directly in front of them, it might be a problem, yeah. So that might actually help. Yeah, for Achilles, I was thinking more along the lines of like, for the rest of her skills, it doesn't affect as much, so I didn't think of that, but you have a point. It reaches all ranks but in a single line. Ah, yeah, if that's the case, yeah, I guess it would be the best way, but the thing is, if someone is above you, you need to move up. Yeah, so it's like, in that sense, it would still work for her, because it's like, although it will only be for her heroic skill, I suppose, because like, for the rest of her skills, I don't think she has something. They are all typically a single column, right, for the rest of her skills. Oh yeah, I guess if you want to like spam her hero skill, it would actually be quite important to have that. Especially since she's already so goddamn fast that like it would be very, very spicy. Is her speed stat also 15 in this? Like, I know in gold her speed stat is 15, but is it 15 in this as well? Oh yeah, money. It's 12, same for Achilles, attack and separate defense. Oh, so they actually buffed that value for gold, huh? Although 12 already sounds pretty high, especially in this game. Like, in gold, I can understand why it's 15 instead, cause like, with the amount of gear in that game, you can kind of like reach 12 very easily. But like, I guess it makes sense for it to be like 12 in this one, cause I don't see the attack scaling as hard. 12 attack, 2 defense, 3 speed. And barely any reach. Oh, that sounds fucking rough. Yeah, like, at the very least, they should have given her some level of defense, it feels like, if anything. Otherwise, it just feels like it'll be pretty rough to put her in the front line, because that's an actual glass cannon. That is very, very glass cannon-y. Maybe her stat total is lower than most, if not all units. Come to think of it, 17. Yeah, it is, isn't it? 12, 21. 12, 20. Yeah, now that you mention it, it really is quite low, isn't it? Yeah, like everyone's like 18, like Ching is 19, Alexander is like 21, Kamehameha is like 20. Well, even when I look at this, it's like everyone here is probably already higher. Yeah, Ashoka is 19, 16, 21 for Sun Tzu. Yeah, that's very low if you think, now that you mention it. Huh. Gil is 977. Yeah, Gil is surprisingly. Well, I mean, I don't understand why Gil is like just so. She is very, very stable at the very least, which is nice. But like, all skills have 0 weight. Fuck, oh, that's great. Like just that level of, she just sounds a lot more versatile, if anything. What other missions are there? Exploring the ancient lake. 933. Though, yeah. Wait, if I recall though, like didn't Hercules have a very low attack stat as well though? Like her speed was like 12, but wasn't her attack pretty low? It's just that, you know, with her all of her multi-hit attacks and all her crits, it's like she's still pretty decent either way. Oh, her defense is actually pretty decent as well, huh? Yeah, at least she has that 6 defense going for her, which is nice. If anything, her skill total was actually pretty high as well. 7 out of 6. Yeah, that's a very big difference. What the actual fuck? Why is hers so much higher? Well, I can understand that like having her with just high defense and nothing else would have been quite shit, so they probably wanted to buff her to some extent, but it feels a bit overkill. Kenshin's 87. Ah, that's actually pretty decent as well. Like that level of balance is just great. Yeah, Kenshin, yes. You're hyping me more. You too, just stop reminding me. No! You're gonna get me even more hype. To like hopefully get her at some point. And then maybe be disappointed if she comes too late. I hope she doesn't come too late though. I'm just very hyped for Kenshin. She really was like best girl in runs. And I think she was one of the few that actually didn't have an overly rapey route either. Oh, Rasputin is 6'9". Haha. 6'11" is really quite high though, yeah. Like a more or less innate like 11 defense, really just, especially with her typing. Really just a free brave generator. Bonus from the passives. Yeah, passive bonuses are fucking sick. Like, some of the passive bonuses are great. It's just a matter of like, I mean, some of the characters really just don't have very good passive bonuses, which is kind of sad. Declare one Egypt. Declare one. An audience with Columbus. Wait, audience with Columbus? Is the Indians part of America? I guess I could just do the war declaration, or I could save that for the next stream as well. Yeah, I could save for the next stream. I should get going for now. Point has the shittiest one. Was her passive that bad? Are there any like passives that increase luck in this one? She's kind of like boss allies behind her. That sounds very familiar. I feel like she did that. No, she didn't do that in Gold, at least. Like, yeah, I don't think she did that in Gold, but there's a cannon that boss allies behind her. This is very weird though. Like, you would never want to put a cannon in the second row, but like in order to use her buff, it's like, is the buff good though? That's the thing. Is it an actually good enough buff to warrant doing it? Ew, okay, yeah, that's not very good after all then, never mind. The only thing now is like, yeah, that's a bit too meh. Are there any buffs in like, are there any passives in like wall that increases luck though? Oh wait, Goemon has it, huh? Up down +1 luck. That sounds a lot better in this than it does in Gold. Like, I think she had the same thing in Gold, but like, it just feels more mediocre there, cause like, luck scaling above 10 is common. And it doesn't reach 100% even then. Although having that in World Conquest actually sounds really good. Huh. It's 5%, which basically means that the odds that you will get to 100% is near 0, because I don't think there's a single character that can. I mean, maybe there's 1 or 2, but you wouldn't really have many characters that get to 20 luck stat. Like, even when I was using like, I just hurt my hand. Even with like Jean, I think the highest I got to was 15 or 16. Like, I don't think I managed to get to 20. I could even be wrong. It could have only been 14, but yeah. It's either that or you need like really like end game gear in order to do it. Cause like I was using like 3 bows that give like +3 luck each. And even with that +9, I'm not reaching like 20. So it really feels like a case of it might be possible. Although it probably would be quite rough to reach it. Yeah, in WoW it's easier, it feels like, to reach like 10. I guess 100%, is it? Yeah, in that sense it's a lot easier because like you have items that just directly go to it. Build up towards it. Like 50 plus 30 plus 20 is basically 100. Yeah, it just feels easier to reach. I guess with like high crit rate skills, depending on how much high crit rate actually scales, you kind of could do it, maybe. Like, with like, you know, Jean's like high crit. Oh, but it's in gold, but like, I guess you could technically reach it 100% maybe, depending on how much like high crit skills actually increase like crit rate by. Because for those, they never ever mention like Goemon is like one of the rare few that actually mention it. Yeah, like the only thing I'm wondering now is like for those that just say increase without actually giving a value, like how much is it really? Cause like for Goemon it's very obvious because they mentioned 50, 100, but like for some characters it's just increase, but like they do give it in WoW? Oh, well that's nice. Like gold they never give it at all, so it's kind of annoying. You just say it will increase. Higher chance to crit, but they don't tell you how much. Usually it's +50. +50 is a lot. Holy shit. In that sense, I guess you technically could reach 100% crit rate, right? You just need 10 luck. I mean, for gold at least. Although I think I get the feeling in gold, like high crit rate skills aren't even 50%. Though wait, Billy is in WoW? Like Billy is actually in this version of the game? Like if she is, that's like, I guess it's a nice surprise. Like she was a very good like comic relief character, but like she felt like her role felt so intertwined with like Perry's that I thought that like since Perry wasn't in it, Billy is not in this either. Billy is the dual pistols. The cannon girl is... Oh, Billy is the cannon girl, isn't? Ah, I see. Huh, yeah, this was surprising. Billy the Kid USA. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, in Gold, right, she and Perry, their roles are so intertwined with each other. I would have thought that like they would come as a pair, you know, kind of like Magellan and Cook. So I just assumed that since like Perry isn't, Billy wouldn't be either. But I mean, if Billy is in, that's still nice. Billy's plot might be a pretty funny meme. We shall have to see. Oh yeah. In here, it's just Columbus tired of Billy's shit. Yeah, Columbus is always tired of Billy's shit. Like if it's the same in Gold as well. Like nobody likes Billy except for Billy, you know. It's 1 p.m. I want to grab breakfast. Yeah, and it's 7 p.m. and almost 8 p.m. here, so I might want to go and grab dinner as well. So I guess I'll just end it off the stream here for today. You know, thanks for dropping by to the both of you. And for more information as well, I will see what I can do about the manga when I figure out how best to scan it. And I'll let you know, although that might take a week or 2 or 3. Cause like next week is gonna be busy with Comic Cat and all. So 2 weeks or 3 weeks, maybe. Hopefully 2 weeks. Because I think I should be more free after next week. No, I mean, I should be quite free next week, so I'll just give it a check next week as well, somewhere in the week, since I should be a bit more free at work as well, so. Yeah, I'll be heading off for today. thanks for dropping by, and thanks for the follow. Night Emperor. I'll be going out. I'll probably be streaming this again sometime next week or like Monday the week after. But yeah, next week's schedule is tentatively up on Twitch now, I think. Like if I refresh the page, it should show. Darkest Dungeon. The Black Reliquary on Friday. Thursday, probably Soundfall and maybe something else. I haven't decided what the other game will be yet, so Thursday, Soundfall something. Friday, Darkest Dungeons. Then if I do this, I'll probably be doing it on Saturday and maybe Monday. Japan time, of course. I'll update the schedule accordingly as the week progresses, cause Twitch schedule, you can't update more than 7 days in advance because it's a bitch. But yeah, I'll be heading off now. You grab dinner. Thanks for dropping by again to the both of you and everyone else who has been here for today's ride. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll be going for dinner now, so take care and goodbye.